Hello, hello. Here we are again to work on this 7-panel hat. If I worked straight through, I could probably get it done in less days. Well, I would get it done in less days. However, I've been doing this one exclusively on stream so that the hat owner will be able to come back and watch the entire creation of their custom hat happen. I'm going to sew this seam first, and then I will go back and fold this open and sew the stitch lines, the 2 stitch lines on this. And then the crown of the hat will be finished. And I need to pull out some lengths of thread. Measure this and see how much thread it takes to go all the way around it. I usually go 3 to 4 times the length of my seam when sewing leather. And that gives me enough thread so that I can do it with one continuous piece. One of the little tips I will tell you, when I get my thread in a cone like this, one of the things I do is I go in and I cut a slit in it here and here. So once I started using it, I can pull my thread across it and push it in, and that stops it from unraveling. Keeps it nice and neat, stops it all from unraveling. You have to excuse my voice. I have been coughing quite a bit, and my throat is quite scratched and sore. Thank you, Topher, for coffee. I just started stream, so someone's in here with me. One of my quiet people. So hopefully they'll hit that thumbs up and get moving. But yeah, let me throw some thread in here on these needles and get this sewn up. Use the advantage of the wax. You can see I have dye on my table now where I was practicing dyeing some leather, trying to see if I can accomplish something. And I had a piece of white leather that is no longer white. I'm just trying to see if I can accomplish something. And so I'm using that scrap as a test. If this project was not black, I would have completely recovered this work area. But also, this is completely dried. It was done Friday, sometime for early Friday. I'm always trying to come up with new techniques. Oh no, let me see if it'll show it. I don't think it will. I mean, you can see the holes, but you can't see how they line up. You can't see the light under them. Oh yeah, you can. So when the holes line up perfectly, you can see like you can here. You can really see when I pass something under it. You can see how the holes line up perfectly. And that is your goal when you are putting together something and you're punching those holes. You want to try to make sure that you punch them precise so that when you're stitching, they absolutely line up perfect, like that. It helps make the stitching a little easier. And that's one of the places that I've seen a lot of people's work lacking. Their stitch lines aren't straight, and their stitching is not consistent because they didn't take that time early on to make sure those holes were in alignment with each other. Your holes have to be in alignment in a straight line this way, or you can't get a straight line when you stitch. And they have to be equal distance apart, or your stitching will show the difference. The little things. The little things many people don't think about. They're like, oh no, it won't matter. Oh, that won't matter. And it absolutely does. And I hope everybody has a wonderful day today. I'm just going to sit and stitch for a while. And drink my coffee. This is one of the longer stitch lines I've had. This is the longest stitch line I've had so far because I've done them all just the one. And this one I'm going all the way across the crown. When I pull my thread like this, one of the things I'm doing is I'm pulling it out of the way of that needle. So when I put the needle back through, it's not piercing that other thread. Nothing worse than trying to tighten your stitch and it does not work because you've pierced your thread with the needle. It's why some leather workers will use a smaller needle and they will or a bigger hole, and they will pass both needles through at the same time. I opt to have a hole where my needle barely fits so that when everything is sewn together and I tap those threads, the stitch holes don't show as much. It is something that's just a preference for me. I have done it with 2 needles through the same hole. It does speed up the stitching some. However, you wind up needing something to hold that piece, so you need like a stitching pony, which I do have. I just don't use them. I have used them, but They don't put the piece where I need it to be, in a way I need it to be to do what I need to do, if that makes sense. It doesn't position it right for me. I know people that use stitch ponies. Topher has for long straight projects. And that's the other thing. Something like this would be hard in a stitch pony because of the shape. But it also makes it where you're working with things like this, in this, away from you, like this. Let me see if I can. So with this, with the stitch pony and using 2 needles, you would put this needle in like this, and then you would bring this needle in the hole at the same time, which I cannot do. So I'll do it like this. And so then you put the needles through at the same time, and then you do this. Well, that means that I'm not holding my project now. So I prefer not to work that way. It's not right or wrong either way. It is what works for you. It's just like a lot of things in life. There's no one true way. It just is. And if this congestion, I've got to find some Dayquil. I'm going to start taking some Dayquil and NyQuil and see if I can break up this congestion and get it out of my system. I am avoiding having to go to a doctor for it. Because as I've discussed before, we all know how much I love going to the doctor, and I know I have to go to the doctor for certain things. So I'm trying not to use up my internal doctor's time with going for things that are not necessary. Because I've got hands, knee, hip, sinuses, teeth, in addition to my annual eyes that has to be done. So I will not be going to the doctor when I don't need to. I will be drinking some more coffee here, though, because that warm coffee on my throat feels good. And my eldest grandchild, Topher, made that for me. Which reminds me, I need to give him the information so he can pay Robbie for his necklace that he got last night. He walked in and he says, I want that one. Tell Robbie, I want that one. I said, are you claiming it? And he's like, yeah, if I can. And I said, yeah, you can. So I let him make a claim last night on the Get Swamped sale. So I'm also going to make him pay for that. Because I am trying to raise him to be a responsible adult. And this one's almost half finished. Look at this. Goes pretty quick. Does go pretty quick. This is the first time doing this 7-panel hat, and it's not bad. I can see doing it in different colors of leather. Hi, Kimberly. But I can see, yeah, that would be fun. For someone that likes multicolors, alternating the colors in the panels. That can make for a fun look. Because there is an odd number of panels. And this part is going to be fun, trying to find all the holes and work through the crown of this. Well, so far so good, other than the fact that my throat is scratchy because of my sinuses. Yeah, everything's okay. Oh, I got a knot in my thread here. There we go. I got a tickle in the back of my throat. And my sinuses are messed up a little bit. How was your weekend? And how are you liking not being on the road? Oh, you're going back out? Miss it that much? And there's some people that drive and have taken time and taken off the road, and then they go back and they're like, you don't understand it unless you do it. It feels right. And then everybody can assume you set your own schedule for where you're going to be so that you can come to their town and do stuff for them. It's like, hey, Kimberly, I've got some stuff I need taken to Robbie. Can you come pick it up, please? It's like, really? It doesn't work that way. You go to where the jobs are. This is the harder part of doing this. This top piece is the hardest part, and I have to make sure I'm pulling it snug each time. There was a guy that lived next door to me in North Carolina. He started out, he was doing over the ground, over the road trucking. And then when he got married, he got a change. And he was semi local. We lived in North Carolina and he only hauled for one company. And basically, he would go on the road for like 2 or 3 days, and then he would be home 2 or 3 days. So they referred to him as being semi-local and not over the road. He was a good guy. I miss him. Is that mine?
Mm-hmm.
Who's it from? Sweet.
Is that the package you were missing?
I got a Kindle box.
Is that the one you were missing?
No, the box that they said was delivered, that wasn't delivered, it was delivered the next day.
Oh, okay.
I got a Kindle box, so I'll have to take a break and open that on stream. Yeah, I understand that. And I think you know what I'm referencing. It's one thing if you say, hey, I'm going to be in your area, and I know I'm going to Robbie's next. If you have something to send him, let me know. That's one thing. But, hey, Kimberly, come swing by and pick this up and take it to Robbie. I better be paying you for that. And that only works if you have your very own truck. I know there's a hole here. I just can't see it from the other side for some reason. There it is. I mean, if you own your own truck and you're making your own hours, doing it your own way, sure. I could see being able to do that, but yeah. That isn't what you're doing. That would be like them asking me to use my work computer for something non-work related. You just can't do it. I think I got this right. And there will be some work on the very top of this when I'm done. And I know this. Let's see if I can see me a hole here. I can see this one. Is there another further over? There is. It's right there. just lost it. Ah, come on. Go in the hole. Yeah, pulled this one up through the wrong hole, which will affect it when I go to the very top to do this. That's okay, I will fight this in the end. There we go. Back on track. Hi, Diana. I just got a package from Kendra today. And as soon as I finish this stitch line, I think I might take a break and do the unboxing of that one. Surprise! I got a Kendra package. I knew she had said she had shipped it, but I wasn't quite sure if it actually made it out. Yeah, I'm stitching in the right holes. Yeah, I couldn't live over there where you're living. When I would go to Vegas, we would go in February. That worked for us. And it's really weird because the temperatures in California are very different than Arizona and Nevada area. What is it, noontime over there, Diana? Right around high noon. Today's a chill day for you, huh? I remember one there were a few summers when I was young in Mississippi when the temperatures were hitting really high. And I remember telling people, oh, it's only 98 today. And now the concept of saying it's only 98 or 99 is insane. Now I'm like, oh, it's going to be 98 today? That's nice. We're not leaving the house. Whereas I grew up down in South Mississippi and you do the 98 degrees, 98% humidity. Very hot and humid growing up. And I just cannot imagine. It's like with the temperatures that Robbie's been dealing with down there. It's like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's not okay. Not to have AC when you live in those areas. Been to Arizona. Been through Arizona a few times. But yeah. If the temperature consistently reaches 100 every year, I don't want to live there. No more than where I want to live, where it gets more than an average of a couple inches of snow a year. I remember the year we had a heat wave. And in Texas, people were putting their cast iron skillets outside with grease in them and leaving them sit out there for a while and then going out and cracking eggs in them and showing people that it's so hot you can cook outside. And it wasn't, that's just one of the things I remember, but I remember it being like that all over the US, that it was just through the roof temperatures, unusually high across the US. And we swam all summer. We burnt to a crisp a couple of times. But the only thing worse than having a lot of that high heat like that is if you hit that high heat with a drought. And that happened when I was in North Carolina. We had a couple of years that and a friend of mine, they changed the plumbing in their house and made it where they changed what soaps they were using, and pretty much any water that did not go through the toilet filtered out their back of their house, went through a bedrock a man-made bedrock and everything, and filtered, and then dumped into the pond for their cows. Because people were losing their livestock. And this family was dependent on that livestock because they were raising cattle, not only to slaughter to eat, but also milk. She made her own cheeses. So, they had true farm living. So the thought of losing livestock was horrible. They would also trade livestock. They would exchange their cows for equivalent of pigs, and they had chickens and stuff like that. But yeah, pretty much them and their sons that lived right there, they all redid the plumbing in their house, and everything that wasn't toilet water was filtered through a series of bedrocks and plants, and to filter the water some, and it was dumped into the pond for the cows. And they were one of the few people that had cows that survived. One friend of theirs paid to have a truckload of water shipped in, one of those big liquid carriers. Problem is, they did not explain what the water was for, and the truck had not been properly cleaned and had been carrying harsh chemicals. So basically, he watered his cows with poison water. They were doing minimal to keep their crops going. They were doing maximum when it came to any kind of water collection, creating devices where they could catch the humidity. But yeah, the one guy, it was devastating that he lost all of his cattle for giving them poison water when he was just, I mean, he paid a lot of money to have water shipped in for his cattle. And then to find out that they didn't wash the truck first and it had harsh chemicals in it, and it just poisoned his cattle. That's a unique community that they take care. They're old-fashioned in the way they do things. One year they had problems with the rains ruining crops, and so on dry days they were rotating, going from one crop to the next, helping each other harvest. When that guy lost all of his cows, everybody made deals to help him get his livestock back. I'm not sure if he was sued. It's illegal to catch and retain water. Well, they weren't catching it and retaining it. It was more like creating habitats around the crops where it would trap the humidity, which would drip down. So basically going up a certain distance and putting pieces of plastic, so when the water came up, the humidity would trap on the plastic and roll back down and drip back onto the crops. Because there was no water to capture, it wasn't raining. Or when it did, it rained very little. This was a big time of reporting your neighbors for watering their lawn and washing their cars, because this wasn't on alternating days or after a certain time you could do these things. It was don't. My stepchildren's neighbor had a very lush yard full of lots and lots of plants. And she would go out in the middle of the night and water her plants, even though we were all in a drought situation. And that's when I had my late husband on dialysis. I was having to do massive hand washings and stuff. I felt guilty as all get out. But one of the things I did was I get to rip this whole thing out because my stitching is off. This side is off by one hole. I have a hole left on one side, not on the other. So I'm going to rip it back to the crown. thought I was done, but oh well. This works better than the needle. I can grip it better. This is the nature of hand stitching. Some people would have just altered it at the bottom there to hide the fact that their holes are off. I can't. Mentally, I can't do that because I know it would be off and it would forever be off. And every time I saw the lady wearing her hat, I would know that it was off. It's weird. But I go for perfection as to the best of my ability. I know nobody is perfect and no one is perfect, but you know. Yeah, we have a creek behind our house. And I have an area behind the house that always stays wet. I think there might be an underground spring in there. It makes me want to do some work back there, but I don't have the money that it would cost right now to get that checked out. It's 30. Aha, that goes back one. Found out where I messed it up. It's right here. It's okay. I'm just going to undo this stitching and I'll go from the bottom up and then I will tighten up the area of the crown because it matters in how I'm doing this. So yeah. I can see that orange thread, but I can't see where it's coming from. Aha. Yep. Might be time to take a break. Trying to undo it from where I put these two different pieces together. There it goes. Stop where I know this one is all on one side, and then I can go in with the other one. Let me run this thread to the other side so I can tie it off. And do you guys want to see what's in my box? Hi, Britta. And you know what? That is not bad, only having to unstitch one line so far in making this hat, which is a pattern I've never made before. And only having to unstitch one line of stitches. That's a big thing. And I'm going to stop for a minute, getting stressed over it. And last time I got stressed working on something, I just messed it up. So I push that to the side for a minute. But what I am going to do is I've got this big box sitting next to me from Kendra, from Miss Kendra. Oh, if it was purple, it's mine. You mistakenly got a purple one. You can send it to me. I will gladly take all your purple spheres, Diana. I wouldn't want you to have to suffer through having purple. Normally, I pre-process my box. And, oh my gosh, the tape on this thing. And take out all the paper and some of the glittery stuff that's in here. This time I got strawberry slices. Let me see. What do I have to put this in? Pull this apart. I can use this box top for now. And then I will put that box back together when I'm done. Because I salvage these things for my grandchild to use in art. Look at that. But not only that is, Kendra sent me sparkle paper. Stuff that is perfectly good to reuse. I come from a frugal background where you did not throw away things that were perfectly good. I come from a family where each year at Christmas time you might wind up getting a gift in the same bag you gave that gift in, gave someone else a gift in. We did not re-give gifts though. My stepfather's mother would do that. She would re-gift things all the time. She would keep the original note with it of who gave it to her and when, so that she was sure not to re-gift the same thing back to the same person, and that she didn't gift it out for a couple of years. And that's because a lot of people would get her bath stuff, and she hated it. Good God, paper. I also got blue paper. Just going to set that aside and I'll fold that up in a little bit. I'm actually trying to get to where this is the part that I always do off camera when I get a box in advance. But this is what happens when you have someone that packs so well. Just set that box right there. I know I will need that. These little strawberry slices are just too cute, though. I mean, look at them in that box. They look like real strawberry slices. And here we go. Cute purple sneakers. So what? Oh, yes. Born and raised in the Wishabitch Woods. Hi, MZ. I was sewing and then I got a box. Someone brought me a box. Can you guess who it's from? My child might steal that one. I am not a Scorpio, so I'll have to find out who is. Okay, Kendra's weird. Officially, Kendra is weird. And not, this isn't it. This part. Does anyone else get Perel wipes from Kendra? This was in my box. Pull this over and pick it. Oh, I got a watermelon slice. Come here, you little water. Look at this. So, I'm not the only one getting Perel wipes. Is she telling us we need to be cleaner? Is it because candy might melt? More strawberry. Oh my gosh. Kendra. And all these packages have TJ on them. It's cute. I am going to take my stickers and put them in here too. This is what I normally do, is I separate all the stuff, the extras that she puts. I have a piece of tape with a glitter gem on it. This is so Kendra. So Kendra. I do enjoy opening my Kendra packages. I am not complaining. This is a stand that goes to something I got from Kendra. Oh, is that what it is, Kimberly? It's so I don't transfer stuff. All these things. I have to carefully decide what piece I'm picking up next. This piece makes noise. Yeah, I may keep getting stuff out of here. So yeah, okay. I will move my razor knife so I don't cut myself. A lot of times people miss things because they take little things like this and they toss it to the side. But I'm pretty sure this is purposely wrapped. So therefore there may be something in this. There is something in this. I feel it. So I should set it aside. I try to get some of the extras out. Oh, look. I got a whole domino piece. She sent me dollars. Look at this. I got $100. Yeah, and we just had that situation where someone thought Robbie didn't send them something, and then when we said, go back through, and she went back through the materials and found what was missing, and it was, it was a piece of tourmaline. It wasn't anything major, but it wasn't like the rarest gem on earth. But the thing is that he knew he sent it. Mimi saying, no, I remember I wrapped 3 pieces and put in her package. So it's like everybody there saying, yes, you got it. Yes, you got it. She's like, no. And it's like, go through, undo every piece of packing material, flip out everything, because they're saying they sent it and someone actually remembers wrapping your specific package. It's probably there. Think about the necklaces and stuff that we've purchased. And it's no better with me picking stuff up from Robbie's. Because if they know I'm going to be there to pick it up, a lot of times they will basically wrap all my stuff up and have it ready for me to pick up. And that means that a lot of times it's Z that does it, has thoroughly, and I do mean thoroughly, wrapped everything and packaged it up. So while mine doesn't always get shipped, it still gets wrapped. The last time I went is the only time that Robbie and Z didn't pre-wrap everything. Got another sticker. Mistakes are proof that you are trying. Yeah, when he does the lives like that, he's wrapping your package. It's kind of cool that you can watch. Oh. I'm a little concerned because I got a lot of packaging in here that has an initial on it that's not mine. That doesn't mean anything. She may have just reused something. But I do have my list. I do keep track. I do pay attention. I will go back and look at a live and go, wait a minute, I didn't get that, someone else did. It doesn't happen often that I get other people's stuff and other people get mine. Okay, it's happened once with Kendra, and that was recently. And it has happened once with Rosie. I think it's I don't think it's happened with Robbie because of how we get things. That's cool. Yeah, when I was there, I have offered to help them with packaging of stuff. I mean, it's not like I don't know how anal Robbie is with his packing. I got a lot of stuff in this box. Holy cow. My box is starting to slip. Oh, look at that one. All my fake gems. Ollie is going to have get some time to get creative. Or I will. Someone has to get creative with all these interesting things. Oh, look, there's money in here. Got more money. Now Kendra's paying me to take rocks. Look at that. Oh my goodness gracious, the stuff that's in this box. Oh look, I got another sticker. Let's see if I can get the majority of this right here. I can start reusing some of this stuff and put it in when I send my leather goods to people. Start throwing this stuff in there. It's inside the bubbles. It's like trapped between bubbles. Ooh. Wow. Oh, these things. Lovely static electricity. These wonderful circles. Yeah, that's all my non-purchased merchandise. Oh wait, that's not all of it. Again, with the flap of this box. And I do this every time. this box might be a perfect size for something I need to send out. I need to check when Flutter and Sue are getting their packages that I sent out that were way behind on getting sent out, by the way. I freely admit that. Yay, I think I got it all. Set this box aside because I will probably reuse it. So yeah, look at all this stuff. I got gems and crowns and stars and who's its and what's its and lots of little fake gems. And I'm okay with that. And I'll set the box over here. Yeah, my grandchild, actually I need that box to put these back in for a moment. My youngest grandchild, Oliver, likes to do art. And so I will be passing this stuff on to him to use in his art. Because one of the things he likes to do is mixed medium art. So he might paint a picture, and before the picture is dry, put some of this stuff in it. You just never know. So since this one is here, oh, okay. And I need to pull up my list. Oh, I'm going to have glitter. I'm going to have to get the tape out and get the glitter off my table. Cannot have glitter with leather. No. No glitty glitz. Definitely have to deglitter my hands. And this is a pair of citrine earrings that I got from Kendra. I pull that list up real quick. I can remove where I typed kunzite. Wait, are these rudel? No, these are not citrine. These are rutilated. Let's see if I can. You can see the gold threads in them. So they're little microspheres with, you can see the gold threads going through them. So that's rutilated quartz. And I just pulled the wire off of this one. Good thing they're easy to put back together. There goes another glitter piece. I have to get out my jewelry wire, my jewelry pliers, and hook that so it stays a little better. Stick these up here for right now. So that is my rutilated earrings. Got a couple of cabs here. This one is white, and this one is green. I have to check and see what stones those are. I think it's a combination of some of this goes with other stuff. It's just the way it was wrapped. So I have to be patient and go through the whole thing before I can catalog things. Oops, strawberry. I also lay things down when I'm unwrapping them. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? I know there's at least one person that can truly appreciate this. And that is, where the heck is my phone? There it is. Where the heck is my phone means Tori's going to pull up the app and see what this is. I think it's mahogany. But I also know that I have multiple unicorn heads coming from Kendra, so. No, it's not saying it's mahogany, it's saying it's bereticated. Let's see if I can. It is beautiful. It's going to look awesome with my other ones. I have another pair of these, a pair of heads coming from Kendra. That has to be that one. Okay, these have not been identified, so I will stick them over here. That's hands. And I do literally pull all my tape off, just like this. I do not keep the tape, but this I take to Robbie's. I absolutely take all my bubble wrap back to Robbie's. And I know Lisa has gone over there and gotten some from him, I think. And I'm okay with that. It's like, it's just, I take all my little small bags that we get things in, you know, those cute little mesh bags. I take those and I give them all back to Lisa to reuse. Because part of my ADD, ADHD, ADD and ADHD has a hoarding component to it. And part of mine is you absolutely cannot throw away something that's perfectly good. So I wind up collecting things that I don't need. Do I use some bubble wrap? Absolutely. I use some, but not nearly as much as I receive. So I fold it up and I put it in the white kitchen trash bags. And then when I go down to Robbie's, I load it up in the car and take him bags and bags of bubble wrap and this bougie paper that looks like toilet paper, which may be toilet paper, I don't know. Oh, Diana, did you see it? Look at that fluorite. Ah! Isn't she lovely? That is beautiful, and I can't find it. on my list. Huge green fluorite sphere. Oh, there it is. I found a fascination for fluorite. I do not know why, but I have a fascination for fluorite now. That's what I don't need to spill. That's what I was playing with the other night. Stay. Since this one is right here, I will pull the tape off of it. A lot of times I will actually pull the tape before I do an unboxing because I know how much our peeps put tape on things. And yes, I will even give that to Robbie because he can use that for something small. So if you ever get something from Robbie's wrapped in something that looks like the stuff Kendra uses, you know why. Oh, my skull. It's Scully. I just saw something that said skull. This is my jade skull. And it came with 2 cabs, so I'm wondering if those 2 cabs came with this skull. Because that would make sense because of the colorations and the way she does things, that would make sense that those went together. Mark that off my list. Stick the bougie paper to the side. Turn this light on. Yeah, when she throws them up there, if you're not in the room, if you're not there, and I snag it up, and everybody's like, "You snagged up Diana's unicorn." I said, "No, I snagged up my unicorn. It's not my fault Diana wasn't here to get a unicorn for herself." People seem to forget that I've been collecting unicorns since I was a little girl. I'm Robbie's age. I've been collecting unicorns for quite some time. I know what this is. Hey, what is that? Crazy looking little speckle. Beautiful tower. It matches my sphere. They're a magical pair. And I know this is on here. I just have to remember which one's which. I love that. But that is a fluorite tower. I actually have more than one fluorite tower. And my unboxings are going to become less and less because I have got to cut down. I'll get the tape off my finger. Thank pick up glitter with this tape as I go. I got another Jimmy. See, she likes me. She gives me gems. Mm. Isn't that beautiful? There's 2 of these. That's not it. Pretty sure I saw something that looked similar. I did. No, it's different. But yes, it is there. Yeah, and most of the stuff that she gets, she can reorder. That's like the sphere with the unicorn, the winged unicorn in it. Oh, Stacy snagged that out from underneath you. You guys don't. And I'm like, hey, Kendra, can you order another one? Because I know 99% of the time she can. And, if you snag one while I'm on there, I might call you a unicorn thief or something like that, and you can do the same. You've kidnapped me, unicorn. This is the feather fluorite. You can see how it feathers. Just the nature of how it is. Isn't that fluorite beautiful? Because everybody needs fluorite in their life. Put that ball at the top. I think that's what these are. I'm missing another uni in here somewhere. Oh, look. Little. Come here. Extra little pieces. Bag of rocks. Oh, this is the fluorite bag. So when I'm finished and get everything put away, this bag will wind up with Lisa. It's a fluorite bag, and look what's in it. Hi, Diana, look. I got a little uni, a little fluorite uni. Oh, wait, I got another one. I got a pair of fluorite unis. A dark one and a light one. I got a seashell. A smushy. Just an oval piece. This would go good in a necklace. Be heavy. No, this would be a good necklace. Oh, come on, camera. There we go. Look at that. I got a planet. I got a purple bee. And just a little mini sphere. And the circle, you see a white circle on everything. That's from my ring light that I have over here. But yeah, that was my fluorite mystery bag. And I got that fluorite mystery bag right here. And I will tell you, the fluorite mystery bag was $20, and that was over half of it. So I definitely got more than what I got stuff valued at more than the $20. When Lisa and Kendra put together these bags, you were always getting a lot more than you paid for. So I got a lot of fluorite this time, didn't I? Okay, something. I don't know. I have to look. This has a lot of stuff in it, so that's why I'm going to take this one slow. It's noisy. I need to unwrap that. It makes for all these little things falling out. Oh, it's a bag. It's a bag of rocks. It's a bag of rocks. Is that a cloud? It is thick. That looks like opalite. You need to message in the area and see if there's anyone that does a lot of packing that can use the packing supplies. Maybe set up a trade or a sale or something. Oh, look, it's a heart with a puppy foot. That's pretty. That's quartz. That's fluorite. That one's going to get moved. Can't remember which one this is. It might be prinite. Ooh, that is not a tumble. And it is pretty, and I'm going to have to find out what it is. You never know what you're going to get in mystery bags from Kendra. That's the second unicorn. I mean, the third unicorn I've gotten. This is, I think, Jasper. You're caught in there. Get out of there. Yeah, that's a tree of life with lots and lots of stones. No, those look like they might be tiger's eye. And a mini fluorite mushy, which will go in my fluorite collection. And that's a little mushy fluorite hut. Like a bird. Diana, did you see the rocks that Mimi's mom made for me? She did a black unicorn on a white rock and a white unicorn on a black rock. And that's going to be a magnet on the back end of that. It is. So I can find a place to hang it. Let me see. Oh, I'm stuck. I can find a place to hang it that's like hanging off the bottom of this stand. I still don't know what the stand is for, but yeah. My fluorite back over here. You fluorite. I will stick these in my little fluorite bag. A little yellow fluorite mushy. That's pretty. Stand up, little bird. Oh, little mini tower. That's pretty. I like me some towers. It does have lines in it. You can see the striations in it. That's cool. Oh, look at this pretty clear quartz. That one's pretty. And it's got another little clear quartz coming out here. Another point. Nature is amazing, isn't it? Mushy. Smushy, mushy. Milky quartz. My daughter is going to steal him. Little T-Rex. There's a story that goes behind it. That we have someone that refers to my daughter as a dinosaur, little T-Rex. Oh, here's another little piece of that. I don't know what it is yet. One of those little fancy D&D die. These might be aqua tumbles. Very pale. It's got this red. Yeah, this is all out of a mystery bag that I got from Kendra. Look at the little critter. This is all a mystery bag. Oh, I love that. Love that agate. Look at those lines. So these aren't just like a bunch of little crap pieces. These are like beautiful pieces. It's a nice chunk. And it has a slight pink color to it, so that must be rose. This was all in one bag, and this was a $30 bag. Worth every penny. I did get some Cali rocks. I believe I ordered some Cali rocks. Turtle. Oh, I got a rose. Star. A star is born. I need to check some of these. That's fluorite, I'm pretty sure. Excuse my lovely coughing. Pretty sure that's strawberry quartz. Oh, look. And a strawberry. Oh, look at this. It's little beads. It is a necklace piece. It's a pendant piece. It is beaded. Little bitty, teensy little pretties all beaded together. Do a little grape bundle, but it is on a top piece so it can hang from something somewhere. You are the apple of my eye. And these are pink. That was pink. It doesn't look pink in the camera, but it is. I think this is rhodolite. Another mini sphere. It means I'm going to have to get up in my cabinet and put some stuff in my cabinet because I have a few little spheres. I need to add to my cabinet now. I think I've got 3, 4. I know I won't be able to wear it, but yeah, it'd be kind of tacky anyway. Yeah, I like those little apples. They are cute. Oh, I just got this a set with one of these in it. I think they're the same colorations too, so I'll have two of them. A fluorite star, and it has just the tiniest bit of coloration at this top edge. And a bee, another bee. And some crumbles. And these crumbles that show up, that are on my table, that you can't see. I can see them. You can't see them. They're going back in this bag because I have a skull upstairs, and all these little pieces that break off, I put them in my skull. So he is a conglomeration of all the different things that I own. He's got all kinds of stuff in there because, you know, almost everything, when you start moving it around, starts breaking off little pieces. And he has everything from the expensive Vivinite down to the cheapest stuff I own. If I had kids in like elementary school, these would be so cute to give the teachers. To get something like this for each teacher. But yeah, I consider this definitely worth the money I spent on it. I'm going to take some of I'm going to put the fluorite pieces in my fluorite bag though, just for my mental stability. I have got to get a lot of labels cut into T9C pieces in order to label those. I'm not sure what that is. I don't think that's fluorite. I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure that's strawberry as well. Yep, strawberry quartz. So I have a strawberry quartz, or a strawberry quartz strawberry. Yeah, these, I paid $30 for the bag with all this stuff in it. And it had the unicorn, which is 10. This one was. That was in the bag. Worth every penny of it. So I am not disappointed in the haul that was in this bag. I do want to see what this is. Yep, I need to get some. Let me see if that looks right. Maybe. Excuse me. See if it reads the same multiple times. Yep. So it says it's creedite. Creedite. I don't have that, but I do now. So you never know what you're going to wind up in mystery bags from Kendra. So I am not disappointed in this bag in any way, shape, or form. I mean, you know what she sells these little miniatures for. You see it on there all the time. pull that out. So if I paid a little over $1 a piece for each item that was in there, that's basically what I paid, is a little bit over $1 a piece for each item that was in that bag. Thank you. And you know you pay more than $1 or $2 for something this size, a specimen this size. I'm going to hold this out and show it to my daughter, because she'll probably steal it. So I need to mark off my mystery bag. Okay, so I have 2 things here still. I am keeping this specimen separate, even though it came in the mystery bag. Oh, now my sinuses want to open up on me. Lovely. Aha, multiple things in here. Oh, gosh, look at that. Ah, there he is. Rose quartz. He was the one that was missing on my list. And you think about it, this was in the mystery bag. This size, this is a $12 unicorn. Well, this one was a $10 unicorn, but still, look at that. Got 3 unis today. Not counting the 2 fluorite unis that came in the mystery bag. And this must be what the stand is for. Otherwise, Kendra's weird and sent me a stand for no reason. But the problem is whatever this is for was not on my list. I don't think. No, because I'm not missing anything. Gold. Little gold papers. Little gold circles. Are you saying Kendra's weird? Our Kendra is weird? Say it isn't so. Kendra that sends us all little miniature pieces of food. I swear I'm going to have to get my UV resin out and make something with all this food. While you never see me making stuff or talking about making stuff out of resin. I do minor resin stuff. Minor. For myself. I do not do anything major, and I do not sell it. Do not want to sell it. Do you know what this is? This is a piece that has to be prominently displayed. Oh, yeah. I know. I'm going to kick Kendra's butt. Kicking Kendra's butt. Yeah. So this was my haul from Kendra. Oh, my earring. I dropped an earring. I do love these earrings. Let me see if I can see everything. Got this bag here. I got fluorite there. Got a couple of cabochons. Lots and lots of unicorns. Stick me some unicorns over here. This beauty. Put the creedite on top of it for now. Oh, this was in my mystery bag too. And these are either dyed cracked quartz, which basically I'm looking at it and that's what it looks like. It looks like these, oh, you can't see that, but these are all dyed cracked quartz. And so you know what we paid for those. Well, you see, I'm non-discriminating, Diana. Non-discriminating. I get the spheres and the towers. But I tell you what, if you get a lot of those small spheres from Kendra, see if you can find some place that sells the displays for marbles, the cases to display marbles. Because that's what I got to put my mini spheres in. And I just used the earthquake putty. Took a little round of earthquake putty and stuck it in the divot and then stuck my sphere on it. That way I don't have to worry about them rolling around. I am not disappointed in this haul at all. Not counting the extras that Kendra throws in, including a Purell hand wipe. I need to ask her about the Purell hand wipe. I really do. Because that's just weird. It's Kendra. What can I say? Let me see. Oh, child of mine, I want to show you something.
Is that a T-Rex?
It is a T-Rex.
Oh, well, it's not exactly a T-Rex, but it is a dinosaur.
Yes, that came in my mystery box from Kendra.
That is so freaking cute.
I have some stickers you might want to steal from me too. I figured you wound up stealing it from me.
I mean... Ooh. Why no Beetlejuice?
What?
Why no Beetlejuice?
You can't have the other ones though. But oh my gosh, look at this one. This is the one I'm going to show her.
Is that a bat?
No, there's no bats in here. There's a zodiac thing.
Oh, okay. That's what I was saying. I was like, it looks like a bat.
What'd you think of my sticker?
I like that. That's great.
born and raised in the woods of Wishabitch, or born and raised in the Wishabitch woods. Yeah.
Would you like your dinosaur back?
If you don't want it.
I mean, I would take him.
I know. I figured you would display him on your shelf. I got this bag, huge bag, that was like $30 for the whole bag. And I got a unicorn in it. The unicorn's $10.
Nice.
And I got this specimen in it, and
Specimen.
and that and all this stuff.
Nice.
It's probably I paid on average less than $2 for each piece that's in that bag. So yeah, because Kendra sends me cool shit. I have got to take everything out of my cabinet that has the backed mirror. Hi, honey. I'm busted. That's my husband. Evil Jeff is my husband.
Womp womp.
I've been busted opening a box of goodies. But the big cabinet that has mirrors on it, the light reflects and makes it really hard to see some of the stuff because it's very bright. So I'm going to take all the agate slices I have, all the slabs and slices I have, and I'm going to use the clear two-sided tape, and I'm going to put them on the mirror. It will, 1, display them. It will, 2, cut down on the light reflections. And I will probably do that in my small cabinet as well if I have anything else that needs to be displayed. And even the thicker ones, I can put them where they're sitting on the shelf, but stuck to the mirror. And so that will be my backdrop for everything else. And I still have a box here with stuff in it that Robbie sent. So what I'm going to do is, that's my dim light. I am going to attempt, that's what I wanted to show Diana. I'm going to attempt to put this stuff in this box. So I carry one box up of stuff. I love those earrings. Oh, wait. You here. Do you like Scully? A little jade Scully. Cannot remember what those are called. I dropped my scissors in there. My scissors cannot stay in the box of packing supplies. But I will need that box. So that's good. Good. I wanted to see what these show up as in my app, because I have them as a ortho. ORTHO. Oh, that's because it is. It's a fossil. Orthocera fossil. And that's going to be what this is as well. Because what's a rock and gem collection if you don't have fossils in it, right? These are an extinct marine cephalopod that lived approximately 400 to 500, 450 million years ago. So, yeah, this critter lived 400 to 450 million years ago. Isn't that amazing? This one actually has some of the sedimentary rock that it was in. But look at that. And it looks opalized. Let me pull a flashlight and see if I can see any better. Oh, that's a black light, so it's not going to really show that. Oh, well, that just kind of washes that out. Oh, didn't want to do that. Let me try that on the other one. I was trying to see if I can show. It looks kind of opalized, but it's really washing it out when I put the added light to it. Don't think a yellow light's going to do it. Don't think a red light's going to do it. Yeah, it doesn't show it. That blue light sure is pretty. Let me see something. Cut down that light a little bit. See this beautiful fluorite chunk. You can really see through it. You see the shapes that are in it when you shine the light through it. So it looks like I'm going to be making Kendra a coffin bag. Because I might wheel and deal with people on them sending me pretties and I make them things. Diana, did you see Kim, Mimi's mom? You know, the one that paints the rocks? Did you see the unicorn rocks she did? She did the black on white. There's also another one that goes with this. It's a black. The rock is painted black and it's a white unicorn head. I made a comment one night that I would love to have unicorns. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Tori, mom did these for you if you want them. Yeah, you can let Mimi know that you would like a pair if you want. I mean, they're $7 each. And she hand paints each one. If you want the black and white and the white with black, you can just tell Mimi that you would like a set of the black and white unicorns like I got. and she will hand paint you a set. So for $14, you can have a pair too. Yeah, everybody went crazy on wanting to buy those. And it's like claim, claim, claim. And it's like, no, 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 no. I specifically asked for those. I get first dibs on them. That's why they said, hey, Tori. I still think this piece is beautiful. It's different because, most of these, you can see the sheen on them. They're very shiny and slick. And this one is very matte finish. And so it's just really pretty. It's more matte finished. So I love him. And I love the stripes in his head. And I think the majority of it is mahogany, but I think it is the bereticated jasper because of the colorations in it. Mahogany would be just this mahogany color, but this has this darker, almost black color in it. And it has these pieces up here. And I think that stops it from being a pure mahogany jasper. Not disappointed, just pointing it out. Well, now that she knows that she has multiple unicorn lovers, she knows to get more of things. If I had not been helping Kendra and Lisa on their live, playing substitute flutter, I would have been able to claim it. But I had the obligation. Well, they did not obligate me with it. They didn't even ask me if I'd wanted to do it. They didn't tell me to do it. But it's one of those things that I try to help out. And when Flutter took on this, the role of modding in a lot of these chats, I told her I had her back. And that means if I'm there and she can't be, then I step up to the plate and help out. Take it from another angle. I usually, on these pieces where I'm not sure what it is, I do pick it up a couple of times. Because see, now it's saying it's citrine. Before, it said it was Farouk. Yeah, that stuff. That quartz. Oh gosh, you're out of my way. Move. So I have to take pictures of it multiple times. And I'm going to have to go back and watch. There's a live or two that I missed writing down what I got. And now it's saying it's calcite. So I'm not getting a definitive answer from this stupid thing. It's saying it's calcite too. So yeah, this one is not being nice to me. Oh, wait a minute. Nothing under black light, really. Oh my gosh, there's glitter on the bottom of this. I'm going to have glitter in my cabinets. It doesn't know. I'm going to have to look it up and go figure out when this was claimed. Because I don't remember it Yeah, I mean, when you're, it's the same thing. When you're available, you help. When you can, you do, and when you can't, you don't. I mean, that's it. I still like this dude. Wait, I want to check these out before I put them away. I think that's just a milky quartz. And it's saying it's opal, but I'm pretty sure it's not. It's saying that's serpentine or olive opal, one or the other. Either serpentine or olive opal. Which it's a type of jade. It's a new, what they call new jade. But I love serpentine, so not disappointed. Oh, he's got a pretty face. And seeing it saying it's serpentine, but she said it was jade. So it might just be not picking it up correctly, which is a great possibility. Let's see if I can. Sometimes I have to isolate pieces and parts of it. I see something home. See, when you talk about jade, this is what you wind up with. Because Amazonite is Amazon jade, Pikes Peak jade, Colorado jade. Serpentine is new jade. Rhodonite is a peach blossom jade or vermilion jade. Nephrite is BC jade, nephrite jade, New England jade, spinach jade, grave jade, and tomb jade. Charite is a jade. Andesite is a plum blossom jade. I need to look at that. And then pectolite is Alaskan jade, and greenstone is a New Zealand jade. What is this one? I was thinking if it said plume. Oh, it says plum. Yeah, it's plum blossom. That's interesting. Interesting coloration. Yeah, that one actually might be a citrine. That's what it kept reading as. Volcanic rock. Interesting. Anyway, so yeah, it's serpentine. Serpentine is a jade. So there's multi kinds of jades. Need to remember that when we're getting things, because especially if you use the app like I do, that you take a picture of something, you go, she told me it was jade and it's coming up as serpentine. Serpentine is one of the jades out there. There are multiple kinds of jades. So yeah, but I like him. There's some little unique characteristics of him that you cannot see in the camera, but yeah, he's just really cool. He will live with my other skulls. I shall call him Scully forever. I do like Miroc. So I'm thinking this might actually be a citrine. And it's darker than my other citrine, and that's why I absolutely had to have it, because I'm weird like that and shit. I love my fold phone. Absolutely love it. I have no regrets for the amount of money I paid for it. Because for those of us that remember when the tablets first came out, that's the size of the first tablets. And see, this is now saying it's amethyst. That's not what it said it was. It was saying it was creite. Now it's saying it's amethyst. I have no clue what it is. It's cute. That's what it is. Might be amethyst. I will have to investigate more and ask Kendra what this is. Because I mean, this was in her mystery bag that she sent me. Glowing googly eyes for my skulls. It's not bubbly like your traditional grape, but it is here. It does have the little pom-poms here. So it might be a grape amethyst. Anyway, it's going to go, once I figure it out, it's going to go into, I have those squares. It's basically a black frame, and it's two pieces of a plastic, stretchable plastic. And they're for display cases, for displaying things. And my small specimens like this, that are something special, I put those in there. Some of those are going to wind up, I have no clue, on the wall. I think I'm going to get a larger picture frame and put a bunch of them together and just hang them on the wall. Kind of like make a display case for them. But I need to put these in something. There we go. And I'll put my earrings in here too so I don't lose them. And stick them in a box. Because I didn't take the box up from Robbie's the other day. That piece. Uh-oh, where's my bag? There it is. There's that little crumble in there. This piece has me floored. I'm pretty sure this is the piece that was on her table. And she said, Tori, you told me when I got tired of it to let you know. Pretty sure this is it. Oh, I got them off Amazon, Diana. I can send you the link to them. Because, yeah, I love this piece. Move some of these smaller pieces out of the way because cracking the uni is not acceptable. I will leave this box right where it is because it is secure where it is. And I will carry it up, or I will get Topher to carry it up for me. I will just look pitiful and say I'm an old lady. But yeah, I like my folding phone because I can answer it and use it just like this as a phone, or I can open it up and use it as a tablet. Yeah. Yeah, I buy them in bulk. Because, yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I got the 40 piece for like $30. These are 3.5 by 3.5. Yeah, I've actually seen that where someone did that. If it's a area where there's no wires running through the wall, going ahead and cutting between and putting things in there. I do believe I have your email, correct? You have emailed me. Evidently, Sue has messaged me. She tried to send me something. So now, Diana. Let me see if I type D. Haha. And for some reason, something is stopping my thing from working correctly. Send that to Diana. Okay. Diana, it has been sent to you. Yep, I do have it. I sent it to you. So you have those. But yeah, I have seen where people do that because on the walls you have a 2x4 here and you have a 2x4 here. And then you have, depending on how they are, 16, 18, or whatever inches between them. And if you get a section and you've got the studs that come this way and this way, you could take that section there. If it's an interior wall and it doesn't have insulation in it, or it doesn't matter. You could technically cut out the sheetrock on both sides and put shelves in it and make it where the shelves can be seen in 2 different rooms. Now, if you really want to get fancy, you make it where you can put a piece of plexiglass on each side of it, so that you put stuff on there. You put plexiglass on each side so the stuff doesn't fall out, and it can be viewed from two different rooms. Because I'm bougie like that. And that puts your shelves approximately 3.5 to 4 inches deep. So yeah, that'd be cool. Still need something to put all this stuff in. Hold on a second. I know exactly where it can go. After I pick up the bubble wrap I dropped on the floor. I remembered I had a box. I had a box of stuff that I got from her before. But I do need to do one thing, and that is tape up the bottom of this box, because the way the box is put together, stuff just falls out of it. So I can take some tape and fix this issue. Yeah, exactly. Because that's like, I have a gorgeous fireplace mantle that would be great for displaying things. But I have to have something really heavy all the way to the edge, because cats. I actually had some display pieces up there that came from my mom's that are part of her blue and white collection of things. Some of them are rather old. And all of a sudden I look up and I have a cat tromping through these antiques. And I'm like, oh, no, 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 evil demon. This is not going to work. I already have one lamp globe broken from cats climbing where they have no business. And so the only thing that is displayed like that is on top of my tall cabinet, because my cats cannot jump 6 feet up in the air. And there's no stair step type thing that would allow them to get up there easily. So I can put stuff on top of that cabinet. But even the stuff that I'm putting on top of my tall cabinet, use an earthquake putty on everything as just a backup. Because just in case, the last thing I need is to have some big chunk of amethyst falling off on top of my head. I have my regular china cabinet that I got when my mom passed. The cats can get up there because there's a antique table over there in another cabinet. So they go from the floor to my chair to the antique corner table to the short china cabinet to the tall china cabinet. they will do that. Okay, now I can start dumping everything back in here. Except my stickers do not go in there. Not the stickers. My stickers go somewhere else. So yeah. So there we go. Musical notes. Everything. Everything. So that's the bag. Box of miscellaneous crafting stuff. And these are just some, actually these are some resin pieces she did. It's resin dollops with glitter. There's a couple of those in here. So we'll see what happens when I give all that to the grandchild. I needed to get them all out of my box because this is a box that goes to my thread cutter. And I'll stick my stickers on top of that for now because I'm going to take that upstairs. And it has attachments for it. So the last thing I need is for that to get messed up. There is a bag here. It's a white garbage bag. It's what I put packing supplies in. So I take a brand new bag and I open it up and I load it with packing supplies. So if you ever see them pulling out white garbage bags of packing supplies, you know where they came from. Or when you get stuff that looks like it came from Kendra, but it clearly came from Robbie. It's the same thing because I send him this stuff. Two boxes later, and I almost have a bag of packing supplies for him. It doesn't save him tons of money, but my logic is if I save him $10 a year, that's $10 a year he can spend on one of the animals. That's how my brain functions. Not sure how other people's brains function, but that's how mine functions. So yeah. This is interesting because it says I have people here, but I have very few people talking. Yeah. And because I'm close, it makes it convenient for me to be I go down there anyway, so it's convenient for me to load up the car with bags and take them down there. Yeah, I have lurkers. It's okay. I don't mind. Hit the thumbs up and lurk all you want. Make me a happy lady. I'm good with lurkers. And now I should get back. I had my break of prettiness going through Kendra's box of yum yums that she sent me. Let me get a little coffee here. You see where I was showing how I want to rearrange the back part of my house. That's my current deck. And I actually want to enclose it and make it part of the kitchen and breakfast nook area. And my living room comes here. So this has a big pane window, and so I want to push it all the way out. And that will make my living room and my kitchen area even on the back. And then I could come off the back with a deck all the way across. Yeah, I have some unboxing videos I did where I was quiet because I was actually at where I work. I was at my desk where I work. And I need to just take those and post them. So now I need to de-glitter the space. Make sure I have no glitter in my space. Yeah, there we go. Don't need to knock that box over. So now I can go back to this. Pull that out for a minute. Gotta make sure I have everything in the right spot as I'm unstitching this. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I have a little bit of irritation with some people that they want you to promote them, but they never promote you. I do have issues with that. Because there's people that are like, why aren't you watching my live? Why aren't you watching my live? Why aren't you watching? And I'm like, when's the last time? Oh, wait, you don't come to my lives. And so it's like, I've got life going on. You have people that are looking out for themselves and only themselves. And that's not the way I normally work. And no, I do not expect Robbie to come on my lives because of when I come on and everything. If he wanted to, that would be fine too. He could. But I don't expect it from him at all. Oh, this one's going to be difficult for me. He wants to be difficult on me. That's okay. I'm trying to figure out where this thread is coming from, or where this thread went to, because it's in the wrong hole. So yeah, I've decided to start giving people the same respect they give if they don't want to respect me or anything like that, then that's fine. They will get what they give. I watch yours all the time. I do the thummies up because, you know, you get pretties. Is that thread okay? Okay, now I'm not in the top hole there. I still am over here. Oh man, I don't want to have to rip out this entire piece, this whole entire seam to fix this. But I will if I cannot figure this out really soon, because it is important to me for each piece to be stitched correctly. And when I see that I messed up stitching, I have no problem pulling it out. The problem is when I can't find where all the stitching came from. It's not pulling through as far as I can't figure out where the thread went. It's like I see a thread in the wrong place, but I can't find the stitch that caused it. And I think I just did. And I think I stitched through my threads here. Oy. Flip the hat. And this is part of the whole leather crafting thing, and I am going to have to cut these threads because they're frayed a little bit. Okay, that one does go here. Haha, I did stitch through it. Now I found where I jumped from the middle hole to the top hole. And that is fixed. And I just need enough to be able to does she just not like working on Saturdays? Because hi Terry, because it cuts into her party time. I worked at a store. It was a 7-Eleven, and we had that issue. There was a lady who hated working Saturdays and Sundays. Because she liked to party. And so every time they put her on Saturday and Sunday, she would just not show up for work, and she would call out at the last minute. The problem is that I was the one working after her, and I had a small child at home. So one time she did it, and I basically called the manager, and the manager's like, well, you're just going to have to stay. And I'm like, no can do, unless the company's paying for my babysitter. And she goes, well, I'm out bowling with my family. And I'm like, and you're the manager, and it's your job to do this, not mine. I will close the store. And it's like, no, 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 we're 7-Eleven. We don't close. And I'm like, well, you better get someone in here, because I'm closing the store. No problem closing this store up. I will lock these doors in a blink of an eye. And she got someone else in there. And, it's like, I told her, I said, why do you keep putting her on the schedule for the weekends when you know she's not going to work it? Well, that's her schedule. And I went, then why is she still working here? Why not hire someone else? Hire someone that's actually going to show up. She didn't have to work. She comes from money. So for her, working was a hobby. It's just something to do to use up some time. Yeah. So she had no commitment to work. She was going to have food in her belly, whether she worked or not. Her bills were paid, whether she worked or not. So she had no motivation to show up when she didn't want to. Well, it's also important that you have your time off. Otherwise, you're overworking yourself and you will burn out, especially dealing with the heats you're dealing with. The last thing you need to do is get burnt out in heat exhaustion. Yeah. And I would actually, don't just stop calling me. Everything in life I need to accomplish, I accomplish on my days off. So I am unavailable on those days. I mean, I couldn't imagine. Of course, the type of work I do is very different. I am a Monday through Friday, traditional 9 to 5 type job. I have worked weekends in my work that I do. It is a rarity, though, a true rarity that we need to work weekends. One place I worked, we did a few weekends, and that was because they put someone as lead on a project that was incompetent, and nobody paid attention to the fact that the project was royally screwed up until it was time for a major delivery. And then there was a complaint about the quality, and we went in and looked, and it was like, holy crap balls. None of this is right. It's not right. And they were also sending out stuff that wasn't verified, validated. And in the nature of the type of work I do, nothing goes out that's not validated. because I do work in the pharma industry and we send stuff to the FDA for drug approvals and stuff like that. So, yeah, things kind of have to, we kind of have to pay attention to those kind of things. And they didn't. And so we spent a few weekends working to fix the issues. It was not a mandatory thing. It was, if you have free time and you're willing, we will assign you work to do. Yeah, I think you're really busy. You've got this thing that you're doing, Diana, and yeah, you paid money to do the thing. That's how I usually get when they ask me ridiculous stuff about working. It's like, I'm sorry, I paid non-refundable monies. So unless the company is reimbursing me all those non-refundable monies, I'm not working. I had them do that with a vacation one time. They're like, is there a possibility that you can change your vacation? And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I cannot. I paid non-refundable money for an airline ticket and for tickets to an event. And there's no other time I can go to this event because it's limited. And the hotel I've already paid on, and I will lose money if I cancel that. So, yeah. Oh, this is usually when they're like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?" Yeah, I'm sure. I spent money that I can't get back. I'm positive. I'm going on this vacation. Because sometimes I need to remind them that I gave them advance notification, and really vacation time, it's not, I'm not asking you if I can go on vacation. I'm telling you I'm going on vacation. Um, because that's the reality of the nature of what we do is in our work. I don't have to ask permission to use what I've earned, and I earned my days off. So I kind of tell them I'm going to be out of office at this time, which reminds me I need to go fill in my vacation calendar because I can do that for the rest of the year. Now, some things I do, like when I was going to Vegas all the time, there was a group of people that used to meet in Vegas and we would all gather in Vegas. But we did everything in the evenings during the week because those people worked too. So I would go to Vegas for a week, but not have to take off work except for the days that we traveled, the to and from days, because I would work from the Airbnb we stayed at. No, timeshare, not an Airbnb. It was a timeshare. I've stayed in an Airbnb exactly one time, and that was the last time I was in Florida. And that was kind of cool. That was a beautiful house. Welcome back, Terry. I'm finishing up the crown of this hat. I had to undo a few stitches because I thought I was going to be finished with my stitch line and realized I have one hole left over on one side that's not on the other. So my stitches were not even. So I backed it out up to the center, and I'm going to go from the bottom up because making sure that my stitches are even is important. Most people might not have noticed if I would have just recut the bottom of it and taken out that hole. I would have noticed. Most people wouldn't have, but I don't do that. I do bespoke goods, by golly, and that means it's going to be right. Yeah, I got to schedule myself some more vacation days. That I'm going to take off. That's the one thing I do miss is the place I used to work. I would get my vacation days plus the last day of the last week of the year. So it was like an extra week of vacation. I hate that I don't have that now. I mean, I have to take off during that time, but it's still, it's time I'm missing, and I have to finagle my time better now. Because it's like the last time I went to Florida, I worked from Florida. Yeah, Chewy comes to me. I get my Chewy. Let me see. Chewy is my cat food. They deliver. I'm on standard delivery from Chewy for my cat food because they have the kind that we use for the cats that they like and nobody's allergic to. And so Chewy delivers to my house. I think we get the cat food once every other month or once a month. I can't remember. PetSmart is where I get the dog food from because Chewy doesn't. They have PetSmart has the better price on the dog food. I got one package from, I can't remember if it was from Chewy or PetSmart. Evidently, in the process of shipping it around, some boxes got busted open because I got my food that I normally get, but I also got a lot of cans that I don't get, that I don't order. I got a lot of canned foods. And I'm like, yeah, someone didn't get their order. They screwed up somebody's order. I saw Terry said he'd come back. Terry, how you doing tonight? Today. It's not night for you. 6 hours difference. It's midnight. Yeah, it's midnight. Oh, that's one time I ordered Stokes. Stokes is basically caffeine shots, coffee shots, espresso shots. And I add it to my coffee. But I ordered a case of Stokes. And a package came in that said it was my Stokes. It was pickle energy juice. It was pickle flavored energy stuff. It tasted like pickle juice somewhat. And it was energy juice. And yeah, that did not make me a happy camper. Someone had opened the Stoke box, took out all the Stokes, and put this pickle juice in it. Amazon was not amused. And it came from Amazon like that because it was one of those box in a box things. Terry, you missed me unboxing all the stuff I got from Kendra. While I was sewing, I got a box from Kendra. And so I opened it up and went through all the things. Lots and lots of pretties. Yeah, Stokes are hard to find. It's like I got back on getting them auto delivered, and then all of a sudden they're out of stock again. and the kids were wondering why I ordered. It's like you're getting in more than you're using. Why? And I'm like, because the expire date on them is way out there. It's years from now. And if they go where I can't find them again, I'll have a supply of them. So you're waiting on boxes from all three of them. I think Robbie said he sent yours. Oh, you're waiting on 4 boxes. I am waiting on a box from Stacy. I'm pretty sure she said she shipped it. Robbie doesn't send me squat. He might when Topher pays for his necklace that he claimed last night, which I need to give the boy, give the boy Robbie's Cash App and show him how to do that. And he can send Robbie money for his necklace, because if Robbie is sending the necklace to me, he will package it with other stuff of mine to fill the box. I know I'm pretty sure I have a Lisa box on the way. And I need to find out if I'm going in August or not. I'm probably going to wind up not being able to go because I still have to go to Texas and pick up my trailer. And then I think I'm going to get one of those vinyl wraps that you can do it yourself. And I'm going to put some kind of obnoxious wrap around my trailer so it stands out. I actually thought about painting it a neutral color and then letting Ollie just go out there and paint it and get like a clear. I need to find out if there's a clear wrap you can get for vehicles, because that would be cool to let Ollie paint it and then just put a clear wrap over it to, protect it. Yeah, because I know your shipping is extras. Extra. Well, I'm telling you, if Kendra does any more of those mystery bags, I'll probably wind up buying some, because dang, the stuff that I got. I am not disappointed in either one of my bags I got from her. I've not been disappointed in the bags I got from Lisa either. Lately, Lisa does more of the tumbles. And I've gotten a few tumble bags from Lisa. I just don't need more tumbles. Yeah, the fluorite bag was amazing. Had some amazing fluorite pieces. And being one that loves the fluorite, and I've got a box that I put all my fluorite in currently until I figure out where I'm going to display it. It's figuring out where to put things. It's like, because you want certain things. It's like, I want all my fluorite on display. I want my amethyst on display. And I want this on. And you can't put everything in the front. And then do you group it by color, or do you group it by rock? Or do you put it in there randomly? Or do you group it by what it is? Put all the towers together, put all the spheres together, you know. I did get something that said that you've got boxes. I did get what's really weird is the unboxing video you posted dinged for me today, not yesterday. So that was kind of weird. And I will watch that one tonight after I go off live. I will go watch that one. And see what Diana got that I want. So I can talk smack about Diana stealing my balls. Why you steal balls, Diana? Oh wait, I steal your unicorns. That's right. That's just like when people get anything amethyst. Everybody, Tori's amethyst. Yeah, I do have a lot of amethyst, but I'm not buying much amethyst anymore because Tori has a lot of amethyst. I'm gonna have to use my other phone. Take it off the charger just so I can have an extra light over here. I'm pretty sure there's a light. There's a hole here. Yep, there is. Got it in there. In that hole. And then I need to find the hole over here. Yeah, I can't do it both holes at the same time. I've got to do one hole at a time here. And I'm still going to have to put something in the center of this hat, I'm pretty sure. 99.95% sure I am going to have to put something through the middle of this hat. To cover up the centerpiece. But it can be a lot less than what it was originally. Might be able to do like a leather button through the middle to cover up where all the stitches connect. I need to see what that looks like. Melt those threads into little buttons. So now I get to whack the stitch line. which sets the threads in those holes better and makes it where they don't show as much. I got a hair in there. I've stitched my hair into the hat. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put, I think I'm gonna have to put something right here. Make a little button, a leather button to stitch in right here and push it through the middle. Which I can do, which is still a lot smaller than what they originally had for this hat. Originally, the way this hat was designed was to have this big thing covering up the middle. And I think I can cut that down. I think I can sew here and pull that together to make this little bitty button to put in there. I am lucky that our cats are not really wet food cats. I got 3 from the shelter. They were already adult cats. And first thing I did was, I bought the wet food and the dry food and bought different kinds of wet food and stuff like that, just so that I could basically bribe the cats into wanting to stay with us because we had just adopted them. And they turned their nose up at every wet food they were given. One of those have since passed away, so I have 2 of the boys left. And then my daughter, when she moved in, brought her cat, which is also a male. And he's the only one that'll eat any wet food at all. And he's like, if it's there, it's there. And if it's not, it's not. So I don't have to invest in the wet cat food. Now, when we open tuna, we get tuna and water. And when we use tuna, we pour off the juice from the tuna and we put it in bowls for the cats. They actually like the juice out of a canned chicken as well. One of the cats likes to receive small pieces of cheese when you're eating cheese. Because the cats are weird like that. So now it looks like a mushroom top. But when you look at this, you might be able to notice that this part out here is longer. This is shorter and this comes out farther. It bells out that if I were to put it together, try to put it together, the front is longer. And that's because the front is going to be over that brim to give it that slouch effect. And this whole thing will start to slouch down some as I put it together and I shape it. But I still have to do these 2 lines here. So it really is there. I'm going to have to put some stitch savers in there and spread that seam apart. And then stitch those 2 lines across here. And then I will be able to sew the rest of it together. There's only 2 more pieces other than the very top. And I'm going to sit on that for a minute and think about what I'm going to do at the top of this. But I'm thinking making a black leather button to put on the top of that would be the right way to go. Yeah, the cats are weird. Of course, our dogs think that ice is a major treat. I would give the dogs ice because they like. I would get something and I would get some ice, and the dogs would be like wanting what I had, so I threw them ice and they started eating it. Now they act like I gave them an expensive treat every time I give them an ice cube. I don't know. I'll have to see. I mean, I have a little bit of that leather left, so I might have to see what looks good. Make some leather buttons and see which one looks best. Send pictures to Doc and ask her which one she wants. I will need to use a much softer leather than what this is. Let me see, I still have some of this. But that might clash. I might use that green. Make a button out of some of that green. Let's see what it looks like. But I'll do multiple ones and set them on there and let Doc look at it and see. Oh, okay. So if Diana types nonsense in the chat, it's not really Diana. Got it. That's her excuse, and she's sticking to it. It's the cat. Blame the cat for any weird typing. See how that works. I'm going to have to find someone that wants to go live with me, that wants to read my chat for me when I'm stitching. It's like right now I'm taking a break. So that I can read chat and talk for a moment, because when I'm stitching, it's harder to read chat. And Diana does the same thing we do. We leave dry food down all the time for the cats. And our cats are healthy cats. No one can say our cats are underfed at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Our cats are well fed. I need some hand sanitizer. I clean up my hands a lot when I'm working on leather. And because I'm down here without a sink, Hand sanitizer has become one of the biggies I use. Someone gave me this. It has a distinct smell to it. It's kind of cool. What's funny is I look at the bottom of it. You know, there's an expire date on hand sanitizer. It's predominantly isopropyl alcohol. Oh, excuse me. It's not isopropyl. It's ethyl alcohol. So it's alcohol, glycerin, fragrance, aminoethyl propanol. How does hand sanitizer expire? Please explain that to me. Please explain it. I don't understand it. I'm going to have to research that one. What's the purpose of an expire date on hand sanitizer? I mean, that's like saying your vodka isn't any good after this date. Really? Alcohol goes bad? I know beer does. Beer gets nasty. But I've never experienced regular alcohol like this, because hand sanitizer is basically just a bunch of alcohol turned in, put with stuff to turn it into a gel. I mean, you can make a total liquid hand sanitizer by mixing. I used 92% isopropyl alcohol and aloe vera sunscreen gel, and I mixed those together during COVID, and I did the math. Can't remember the proportions now, but I did the math to make sure that my alcohol was not watered down too much. So yeah. Now let me see. See if this is long enough to go across here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should work. We get no kitty cat steps. I just realized which part of this video I'm working on did not post, which is really weird. Because all the other ones say, part 1, part 2, part 3. This should be part 4, so I'm going to have to edit the video to say part 4 so that it makes sense. I don't know. I've been using this hand sanitizer, and it wasn't until recently I just flipped over the bottom of it and it said it expired in September. And it smells the same as it did when I first got it, when it was first given to me, and it acts the same as it did when I first got it. So I have to check that because my foundation has hand sanitizers and such that we put out. In our spaces when we have gatherings. through the hole. Through the hole. Nope, I'm going to have to tap that seam open. I'm not going to fight. Let me see how many times I can hit my finger. Oh, these are not easy to open. Oh, Lord. You see, it might be easier if I did it this way. Beat him into submission. Might be easier on my hands to do it this way. Yeah, I know. Everything has to have an expire date. And so many people don't realize a lot of the stuff that has expire dates are best if used by dates. Best if used by dates are not expire dates. It's just the quality of whatever it is starts to deteriorate after that point. So it might be a little more stale or not as sweet or not as tasty, whatever. But it's not bad. We just had that discussion about some stuff that Topher pulled out of the cabinet. And his mom was having a fit. She's going, it's expired. It's expired. And I looked at it and I went, no, it's not. It's a best if used by. It's not expired. There is a difference. Let's not throw false narratives out there saying that expire dates and best if used by dates are the same thing, because they're not. Yeah, we didn't have any conversations from the cat. Getting this end piece started. Get this seam to lay open a bit. Because once I get that part done, then it's easier for me to open the seam and lay it down. And this reduces my risk of watch Tori smash her fingers. Come on, baby. I want that seam to open up and say, ah. Because I've got to put my stitch savers in next. Oh, cool. Nice, sweetheart. Refresh your chat for you. Yeah. I just got a piece from that's coming that will be coming in from Kendra next that I think I'm going to really like to put on top of my cabinet. It's a amethyst piece with a, I think it was amethyst piece with a blossom. Let me see, what was that I got? Yes. It was that amethyst piece that has the blue, purple, greens. I put a OMG beauty. But I have some pretty stuff coming in. But I just realized I misspelled moon. I spelled it moom. Keeps you fresh, huh? Kitty kitty keeps you fresh. I might have to get things straight so I can go live when I start doing my cabinet upstairs. Watch Tori put all her stuff away. Because Lord knows I have enough to put away. I just know I have to stay out of the glassware section when I go to the local Goodwill because they always have cool shit. I have found that I've been buying stuff I don't need. Like, I don't need any more wine glasses. I have tons of wine glasses. Yeah. Rosie does that. She doesn't check what other people's schedules are when she decides to go live. She just goes live when other people are live. I avoid that personally. Three, there it is. Gotta make sure I put that piece on the inside because it helps hold that seam open. Going back and forth on these just to hold that seam open. Yeah, these are fun. I've done that. It drives my family crazy when they come down here and I have multiple lives up, because I will have multiple lives up playing. And it's like, it's okay. Left ear is listening to this one, right ear is listening to that one. I'm ADHD. I can listen to both. And that's fine when I'm not on live. Cannot do that when I'm on live. So it's one of those things that, if I'm live and you choose to go live on top of me, I can't help it. I can't go watch you. And that's my grump of the day. It's just my grump of the day. It's an ongoing thing that happens. I've seen it multiple times. Someone will be live and someone else will have a scheduled live, and then they'll go in the first person's live and complain that you went live while they were live or when they were live. And I won't play those games. I'm not going to go onto someone else's live and go, I had a scheduled live. What are you doing? I'm just going to do my thing, and people will either come or they won't. And that's all I can do. And I understand a lot of people don't come to mine because mine's too chill. There's no drama here. There's no screaming and hollering. I'm quiet. Predominantly quiet when I do things. But, I created this, started doing this because people said, hey, it would be really cool to watch you do leather work. So here I am. But you won't catch me screaming and hollering and acting a fool. And I don't want drama. And hope no one brings it to here. Because I'm the one that I'll just kick you out and block you. I don't care. It's kind of like that with me. So yeah. I don't want to deal with drama here. I want my leather crafting channel to be chill. So got that seam open. And I'll do this one. Ooh. Tell you, putting these in is a wear on your hands. It does a little bit of wear on your fingers. Oh, how far in was that one? Fourth one. Oh, I can't get it in. There it goes. Terminology. I started to say I can't get it in the hole. I'm guessing Rosie probably went on to tell people about how she has to have a second surgery on her leg, or third surgery on her leg. I might go watch it later. She really needs to pay attention to what the doctors say and take care of it. I know when my mom had major surgery, they told her that she needed to quit smoking, at least until it was healed, because smoking affects your ability to heal. And they went over all kinds of stuff with mom. Luckily, by the time mom had to have her major surgeries, she had already quit smoking. But I take certain things very serious. Like when Topher broke his arm, his compound fracture on his arm, and he wanted to use it because it wasn't hurting. And I was like, I don't care if it hurts or not. You absolutely do not use that arm. You let it heal. And when he fell off his bunk bed and had to have a surgery because one of the bones slipped, he realized what I was saying. So then after that, if I said don't, he didn't. I do too, Diana, but my problem is I also will heal from the outside. So I had oral surgery and they stitched it up and they expected it to heal at a certain rate. And the top layer healed before the underneath did, so it wasn't draining. So they had to go in and cut my stitches and reopen it. Hi, Topher.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Topher is down here. It's time for him to do stuff with puppy dogs and get them fed. We cannot leave food down 24/7 with the dogs because they will eat 24/7. Well, it's learning things. It's that's how we figured that out, and then so we changed how we did things. It was when I had my wisdom teeth out, and so he just went in and he just snipped the stitches and lightly touched it where it was trying to heal to open it back up. And he gave me a special syringe device that had this long tube on it. Diana and Kimberly Mills said hi. Kimberly Mills, truck lady with the puppies.
I know.
And I just, anytime I ate anything, I flushed it out and let it heal from the inside out. But I heal well. If I get where I'm not healing well, then I know there's a major issue. And my husband does as well. He's diabetic and he heals faster than the average diabetic. I take care of him he takes good care of himself. He goes to the doctor on the regular to make sure that he's doing the best he can to take care of his diabetes. And it's not easy. It's a lot of adjustments. And I think is Terry going through those adjustments now. Yeah, that's basically what they did with my mouth, except he was very gentle with it. So it wasn't, oh my God, pain. The doc was good in that regard. He was genteel. Because it was the same situation where I was healing and it was not done draining. And so what happens is it starts swelling. So now, haha, haha. That's the front line of the hat. And I will manipulate this hat. You will find me bending the hat and rolling the hat and stuff because it needs to be soft. I still have my gallbladder, knock on wood. My mom had hers out at an early age. My daughter has had hers taken out. I have not displayed any symptoms. Again, knock on wood. I knock on the handle of this. That's a nice little piece of wood. I keep all my Altoid pens. This one is leather poop. I can send out jars of leather poop. When I send out things, I can send someone a jar of leather poop. Yeah, my mom had gallstones, and it affected her that she could not eat anything greasy. Okay, I lived in the deep South where everything is fried. And so she couldn't eat any of the foods that she normally liked to eat. And when she had her gallbladder removed, and she told the doctor to take the gallstones and put them in a jar. And she put that jar in the center of our dining room table and sat there and ate all the things that was causing her pain. And she would stare at him and she'd go, hurt now. Go ahead. Hurt me now. While she was eating fried pork chops and fried chicken and fried fish and fried shrimp, you know. Eventually, she took them off the table. But that was my first experience with anyone with gallstones. It was like, wow. What an adventure, Mom. Okay, those are not them. This is it. And we're going to start with what colors here. A little bit of red and some green. That can go on either side. That one has red right there, so I'm going to do that on this one. Start here. Yeah, Mom had severe pain with her gallstones, which is why she had to have it. That was the trigger of, I've got to go to the doctor and see what's going on. And they did the testing and she had gallstones. They did the x-rays or whatever the heck they do to find them. And said she had to have her gallbladder taken out. And it went bye-bye. And Lily was having some severe abdominal pains. I took her to the emergency room, and lo and behold, gallstones. Huh. I did not know the gallbladder affects you in that way as well. Interesting. I make note of all the weirdnesses like that happen. And I become a brain of useless knowledge. Seriously, someone else says, "Oh, I'm having trouble going poop," and it's like, you're drinking water, and you go through the normal stuff, and it's like, now it'd be, have you also had your gallbladder checked? See, so that's like adding to my knowledge base. Because, yeah, that's how you build your knowledge. Just suck up everything people say. We used to joke. They had a guy I worked for. He used to call me a Girl Friday. Because he's like, yes, you have your specialties that you do, because it's what I went to school for. Because you know how to do so many other things. Because growing up, Mom and Dad got separated when I was like 5. So I grew up predominantly in the house without a father in it, because Dad was in California and we were in Mississippi. So basically single mom type situation. And so we had to learn. You need to put a nail in it. Well, figure it out. You do it yourself. There's nobody else there. Mom's mechanic came over. He wasn't any taller than Mom, if he was even as tall as my mom. So Mom was 5 foot tall. And all his front teeth were capped in gold toned stuff. But Mom took her car to the shop one time, and she complained about it was going to be hard for her to be able to keep the car going and feed her children at the same time. And the guy got in touch with Mom, caught Mom later, and he said, "I'll make a deal with you. I will come to your house to do mechanic work, and you will pay me cash, which benefits me. I will charge you just a little bit over the cost of the materials, the parts, which will benefit you. And I will show you and your children what I'm doing, so that if it's anything you can take care of yourself, it minimizes you having to call me, which saves you money." Yeah, you're the first one I heard of that didn't have the pain with gallstones. I mean, everybody that I know of, it's like just lower abdominal localized. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Someone's ripping my insides out. Oh, wait, that was basically what diverticulitis felt like. Except it wasn't localized. It was my entire abdominal section felt like doubled over, someone ripping my insides out. And, first thing they do is pee in a cup. Go pee in a cup, of course. Is there any chance you can be pregnant? No. Because if I am pregnant, then I'm a miracle. I'll be the first woman to get pregnant without a uterus. There's no house. There's no incubator there. And so they said, you have infection in your body. And I'm like, that's nice. And so we started going over everything. And do you eat massive quantities of nuts or popcorn? And I'm like, yes. They said, which one? I'm like, both. And the doctor checked the rebound pain and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, I'm pretty sure this is what it is. And so they sent me to get, it was at the clinic. So they sent me to get additional testing, imaging. First, they prescribed a broad spectrum antibiotic because they knew I had an infection in my body. And a broad spectrum antibiotic would start killing that, which is important. Extremely important. We're all just a mess, aren't we, Diana? We are a royal mess. Kidney stones. Terry, kidney stones. Passing kidney stones. That is a man giving birth. And I can attest, for me, when I had kidney stones, I did not pass them. They were too large. But when they were moving through, it was like having contractions, except they were in my back instead of in my abdominal section. Hi, Marcia. Marcia, you're going to have to go back. I did some sewing, and then I stopped to do an unboxing because I got Kendra's box, and I got pretties. I got lots of pretties today. My biggest pretty is this. Look at that fluorite piece. So it's got the blue-green fluorite on the back. That's okay. I'll take a break and show you. It gives me time to rest my hands. I've got the blue-green fluorite on the back of this one and that purple on the front. Isn't this absolutely gorgeous? I don't think anyone will hate seeing my pretties. And that comes with a stand. So it sits on here. So that means I can put it there and put something pretty underneath it. It was a fluorite kind of day today. I got the feather fluorite tower in the blue, purples and greens, blue greens, which is the same color combination as this piece. And I got this tower, which is kind of cool because it has that yellowy color on top with all the purples. It has the whites and almost like a smoky color in here as it goes to the purples and the greens and the whites and the greens and some yellows and just all colors. And I will take this off. Kendra ships it with these pieces on, and the whole purpose of this is to protect this point and keep it pointed. If they don't put anything on the tips of them, they can get broken. Which you like this tower? This is the feather fluorite. You can see the feathering in it. It is chunky. It's got weight to it for sure. And then I got a fluorite ball. Oh, had a light flicker. Oh, this one. Let me see. Because sometimes fluorite will light up. Oh, wrong one. I'm sitting here flicking this one like as if it's going to change, and it is not going to change because that's this light that I got from Robbie, the Gemma light. If you didn't get yours and he still has any, you might want to get it. It's worth it. If nothing else, you can really just see some stuff in there. And then got the feather. The feather does light up kind of cool. I just have this fascination for fluorite. I can't help it. This one, look at that. That's a yellow light. Red light. Ooh, that's a blue light. Oh, wow. When you look at the, and it's not going to show it in here. It's crazy. You can see the fractures that are on the inside of this. Let me see if I can get it to show on the side. You can see all the fracture lines inside the fluorite, and these are truly inside. This outside is smooth as can be. I have a fascination, and this has like the W's shapes on it. But I have a fascination with spheres like this that you can see through, that have those fractures in them. Same as like this one. You can see that fracture plate in there where it fractures across here. I'm fascinated with that kind of stuff. It's internal. I mean, nothing on the outside. It's internal. And so, and it's like all through here, it has those fractured plates, and I love that stuff. So I'm always, messing with stuff like that. I got me a piece of citrine. We're pretty sure it's citrine. And I got me Scully. We got a fly in here. Little fly's going to die. Because I have no problem. My daughter has been leaving her door open during the day when it's nice outside. I found out yesterday she's been opening her door just to get some fresh air in her room, which is nice. But it also lets the flies come in. That stuff can get swamped. Let's get swamped. Scully came with these as well. Those were his accoutrements. Now these are going to be a little mixed up because I took some stuff out of my other bag and put it in this bag because this bag was all fluorite stuff. But I got all kinds of little fluorite pieces. I got a couple of unicorns. Little houses, this little funky shape. But I bought a grab bag from Kendra that had various fluorite pieces in it. Little tiny little mushroom there. And then I bought another one from her that had other stuff in it. And I think I pulled all of the fluorite out. But I got a nice purple fluorite bee. And then I've got in the other one I have a little yellow bee, but it's not fluorite. But look at this cabochon. I don't know. Someone, I think it was Diana, said I needed to put some little lights in there because those are pretty deep sockets. Flashy eyes, glow in the dark eyes, you know. Do not knock the fluorite over and break it. But, you know, it's like I wound up with, I think, total of 3 little spheres, one of them being a little fluorite sphere. This was all the fluorite stuff, you know, that I got from her. I won't go through it as much as I went through the other stuff. You know, this nice little oval piece here. But I had gotten a grab bag from her. It was like, let's see, this grab bag, the fluorite bag was $20. Well, this was $12 by itself that was in the grab bag. And this was in the grab bag. And that's, you know, and the 2 unis were in there. So it's like, there you go. My grab bag's paid for. And then there was other stuff in there. Not all of this was in there because some of this, like I said, was in my other grab bag. But I know the shell was, the planet was, the cabochon was, the 2 unis were, the little sphere was. So I got that little grab bag. And then I got the big grab bag. And I think got the triplets too. And this one was earrings. And in one of my in this grab bag, there was this beautiful specimen also. Red glowy eyes. I don't know if I have any red. Well, okay, I could make something to go in there. I can paint it red, and then I can put the glow in the dark paint over that because I do have that. Would it be even better if you get the paint that they use on firearms for night sights, like the cops use? It's a paint, and it has massive glow in the dark ability. And that would be like uber cool because you could paint something and then put that over it, and it would be like, whoa, in your face. Yeah, this is rose quartz. That's rose quartz. Yeah, this was my $30 grab bag. Some of the, I just dumped all my crumbs. Some of the fluorite pieces were in this grab bag also. And I keep all my crumbs because they go in my skull, my clear scully jar, my skull jar. I do not know why I called that one Scully, but I'm guessing he's going to be Scully forever. This congestion is killing me. Definitely need to take some NyQuil tonight. So yeah, I have some scraps in here I will put. But this is strawberry quartz. I guess that's an apple shape. And this is strawberry quartz also. But I got this little mini tower that came in my grab bag. And that is not your traditional Dalmatian. I cannot remember what that's called. Good night, Terry. It is what's 1 something in the morning for you. So this is kiwi. That's kiwi jasper. This one's cool because that's the only place it has its red. This is a bloodstone. All of it's green, except right there. So I thought that was cool. Pretty sure these are aqua. Oh, nope. These are Caribbean calcite, I think. I don't know. I have to get them in a better situation to take pictures. Got this cute little turtle that came in my grab bag. Got a nice little pumpkin. I think that's sodalite. Some clouds for your sky, opalite. Got another bee here. See what that bee is. Might be rose quartz. Let's see, try this again. That's cool. See, it's a calcite. But it's interesting, nonetheless. This little fella. This is not labradorite. You crazy. It is not labradorite. Might be prenite, but it is not labradorite. Because labradorite has flash to it. Oh wait, never mind. It is labradorite. Let me see if I can get it to flash. You can see a little bit of it up here first. It's a labradorite cube. Interesting. I do not have a labradorite cube. Now I do. I did not have. I do now. But yeah, it's like poopy dog foot. This little pretty agate rock, which I thought was gorgeous. Clear quartz. A little tower, micro tower. Cute little bird. I'm gonna guess that's a jasper. But then I got this little sphere, which I'm thinking might be strawberry quartz as well. Hold on, let me move my hands around so I can get it to zoom in. Get it to clear up. That's that little fella. And then this one. Red Knight. I have not heard from Flutter today. I might send her a message. And then I got a nice little rose. Cute little rose. I need to get some light on that and see if it's a rose quartz rose or if it's a fluorite rose. A little bear, which I think is also sodalite, which I can test. Yep, that's sodalite. You can see how his ear up here turns orange. Let's see. Not with that one. That one does though. See his ear turns colors. Sodalite does that. Because it is blue. That's how I know it's not Euperlite. It's because it is blue. And that's what Sodalite does. Which means I can test this one as well. This one is lighting, but it's not. Interesting. This is blue, but the only colorations I'm seeing in it are these little light stripes you see coming through. That is from under the black light. They're not there to the naked eye. But all these little white speckles show up. So I'm wondering if that's not. I need to test that one. Oh, these little fellows light up. All right, actually, I think it's the thread that's in them that's lighting up under the black light. Yeah, little beads stuff. This little ring of purpleness. Another little mushy. This is crackle quartz. It's a rainbow crackle quartz. This is tiger's eye. No, that's rose quartz. And then my favorite, which I had to tease Diana with, but she has them too, is a rose quartz unicorn that I bought. This unicorn was actually in the big grab bag. And that is, I think, adventuring. I'm still learning my stones, and some of them, they're close. That is adventuring. Yes. My green adventuring unicorn that was in the grab bag. Got that one. And then I have this jasper unicorn that is a matte finish. It's not as shiny like the rose quartz is. It's not polished up shiny. It's kind of matte, and I like it. It almost looks like a wood carving. So that was pretty much my haul. Oh, no. And then I got fossils, because fossils. Got that one and this one. So that was pretty much the stuff I got from Kendra. From Miss Kendra. But literally, I was in the middle of stitching, and my daughter comes down and goes, holding a box. I'm like, is that mine? She's like, yeah. And she says, it's from Kendra. And I'm like, yes, we shall do an unboxing. Unboxing. You know, when Robbie was live last night, he was showing things, and I made comment that I had some of them, and they're prettier when you have them in hand. I wasn't joking. These pieces that he was selling last night, this is a reason why I didn't buy tons of them, is because I already had some. Look at that labradorite. I have a fascination for labradorite also. Look at the back of this one. You can see what's in it better that side than you can this side. But so I already had some that I had picked up from him. And this one is gorgeous. Something about this rock. It's like all the different colorations in it. It's like being in dark sky. So I already had a bunch of those. I did pick up a few more. Because, yeah. Some of these things that I picked up, a lot of the cabochons I picked up, I'm going to start making jewelry with them. It's like make a wide bracelet. You can't see that. Make a wide bracelet, leather bracelet with this in the middle of it. Just, yeah, why not? What is this? I got something in the bottom of my box. It is a crumble of something. So it goes in there. I do want to check and see what this is before I put it away. Oh, and then I got a dinosaur, and my daughter has the dinosaur.
Rawr.
It's somewhat of a T-Rexy type dino.
He's a derpy boy.
It's got sparklies to it. And it's a gray tone, but it's also blue. And what the heck is this? I'm looking at this fella here. It's blue adventurine. So it's an adventurine. You can see the stripes in it. See if it'll pay attention better. There you go. You can see the stripes. There's a dark one, and then there's the light ones that come across. And it's like a blue-gray down here. And you have a dark blue, and then it goes into a light blue. This is gorgeous. I'm going to have to message Flutter now. Make sure she's okay. But yeah, when I look at the blue adventurine, when I look at this stone up here that comes in the app, you can actually compare the two. And you can see the colorations are the same in the striping. So that's one of the things that's nice about using the app, because like you pull it up like this, you just click on that picture and it'll put them on top of each other. And you can flip through the pictures that are in the app to compare your stuff too. See, that one's really light colored. So yeah, that's why I continue to use the app. I find it most useful. So yeah, I'm picking this stuff back up. Love that. I still love that. Look at the lines in that agate. That looks like it's an eyeball. And here's the nose of some kind of little animal sticking up the bottom of it. To me. But I'm weird like that. I'm going to go ahead and stick that in here, even though it didn't come in the bag. My little rose. I got to find a place. I might find something that I can glue this to so it can go on display. And like I said, I'm going to have to get my spheres holder out, my cabinet, and add some stuff to it. That's okay. I needed to anyway because the bottom row sits too low. So when the cabinet is up on the wall, you can't really see the bottom row. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut some cardboard, basically, and make it where it raises it up. And so I will put it all together, and then I'll just spray paint it, whatever, some kind of brown color, whatever's in the cabinet. Or I might use the dark gray paint that I have. And then cut some divots in it, like in the top layer. that my little spheres can sit in. And that way, I'll go ahead and put these in here so they don't get lost in the box. But and that way, when I put it back, the cabinet back up, you can actually see the bottom row. And I filled the cabinet and then some. So there's all the little divots in it that are originally there for marbles. And all of those got filled. And then I started going between them and putting in the earthquake putty and sticking a sphere on them. Because, yeah, I still love these pieces. So it's amethyst, fluorite, and labradorite are my top 3 at this moment in time. Those are my top 3 stones at this moment. Tomorrow, it could be different. Those are beautiful too. Got those from Robbie, those little cabochons. Those 2 opals are beautiful. But yeah, gorgeous stuff. So I did a run through of the unboxing I did today. Just for you, Marcia. Because you needed to see some pretties today. I decided you needed pretties today. I do like this one a lot. This one, I'm just fascinated with it. It's got flash in it. And that's how they sell them to me. They sit there and they turn them around. They get that flash and they're like, look, it rainbow flashes. Look at that flash. Yeah. And they know I have a weakness for them flashes. So they sit there and flash me. And then they'll set them where they're flashing at me. So that box will go up tonight. Oh, wow. I'm getting these text messages that says I can rate restaurants and earn $200 to $500 a day. I just need to contact them through WhatsApp. Sure. Because I look like I'm stupid enough to do that for someone to say they need me to send them something and then no. Because how are they going to pay me? Oh, give me your banking information and I can pay you. No. I'll give you my address and you can send me money. That's the best you're going to get. Because, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to go get mine cut down. And I go get them redone. Oh. And stretch those thumbs. I find that if I stretch them by pushing them against each other like this, and I do it and I hold it for a while, when I let it go, it's less pain in my hands. So you might see me sitting like this sometimes. And that's because when I let go, it reduces the pain that's in this region of my hand. And I don't know why today I want to be everywhere that's not on the screen. And it's like I very carefully put it where this is the end of my board. It did not bring it all the way down that way like I normally do. That's the end of my board. So, it's like I try to bring it where I know where it is, and I'll still want to work like outside the camera area. I don't know why I keep doing that. So, and one of the things that Kendra put in my package, Purell wipe. I do not know why, but it was in my box. In addition to most of this stuff. Like tons of sticks. She gave me money. She gave me the mighty $100 doll hairs. The mighty money. I got a couple of those. Crowns. Gems. A whole size domino. I got a miniature domino upstairs. Lots of these little fake gems. They can be glued onto things for looking cute. More money. Lots and lots of these glitter circles. So I'm going to tell Ollie he's got to get busy working. But lots of pretty stickers. This one says normalized therapy, and that's yes. A lot of people need therapy, and it's okay. And it's a little picture frame looking thing. Does that centerpiece? No. See, I'm going to have to go in with the razor knife and cut that so that I can put this over another picture. I don't know anyone who's a Scorpio, but that was sent to me, and I'm going to have to figure out something to do with that. Key with a rose on it. And this is the twins. Who are the twins? Which ones are twins? But that's not me either. Mistakes are proof that you're trying. It's true. A John Hughes film, whatever. A pair of purple sneakers. I need those in real life, but they have to be supportive of my feet. So hot. But the best. Born and raised in the Wishabitch Woods. So all those came with it. Most of that came with it as well. I had a few things in here from my last package, which was a smaller package. So it had less glitter and glitz. And where's my box? There's my box. Because of the extra parts that go with this, I've been really good about putting this back in here. I need to put this piece underneath, though. Oh, stop it. Just so I have it. But, like I said, if you don't have one of these lights, if you did not get one of these lights from Robbie, you should. Because it does have the shortwave black light, the long wave black light, a blue inspection light, a bright white light, a dimmer white light, which is, I think it's supposed to be in outside lights or whatever. But then you have the yellowish slightly yellowed light, bright and dim. And then you have red, bright, and red, dim. And when you turn on one of these, you can actually hold it and it will dim it until it flashes. Oh, stick to your guns. Stick to your guns, Diana. Tell if they need to know why, tell them you have a friend in crisis and you just can't. No, actually, you don't have to tell them why. Because I'm unavailable. That's why. Stick to your guns. No going in. Are you sure you can't come in? Yes, I'm sure. Why? Because I am unavailable. Why are you unavailable? Because I cannot go in. Talk in circles. It's been a long time since I've had to deal with that situation. Yeah, I mean, you have to look. I am a firm believer, and I preach this to everybody else. I do not practice it all the time, but I do preach it to everybody else, is you have to look out for number one, yourself. And, some people are like, but I have to take care of. And it's like, you can't take care of someone else if you're not taking care of yourself. If Marcia never went to the doctor and wasn't going to physical therapy, how is Marcia going to take care of the husband? You can't. I am the world's worst at not taking care of myself. I freely admit that. I'm working on it. I do have to get off my ass, and I'm going to task my husband with finding me doctors, because he can do that while I'm working. He knows what I need. It's like, go forth and find me a dentist, because he will go forth and he will find me a dentist. He will call and make sure they'll do adult sedation dentistry, and all that kind of stuff. He will do that for me. He is a good finder of things. He found this house when we were looking. I give him the criteria. I said, I want a minimum of this many square feet. I want the lot to be this minimum of 1 acre. I told him square footage, the number of bedrooms in the house, because I knew one of them would become an office, which I still am not using. I need to go up there and rearrange everything so I can use the office as an office again. We need to basically break down a lot of the stuff that's in there and move it out. Rearrange desks and then put stuff back where it belongs. But yeah, it's my husband's really good at looking for things for me, so I think that's exactly what I'm going to do, is give him the criteria of the doctors I need and let him go forth and find doctors for me. I said I had a certain methodology of how I sew. The reason for that is, like this, I leave my threads on the outside. I know exactly what my next stitch is, and I am sorry my ADHD is running all over the place today. Hey, you know what? If you have someone that's always complaining about not having enough hours, that's the person you call. You call the person that's always looking to pick up hours. And then when they say no, you go, but you said you wanted to pick up hours. I'm trying to give you hours. But it took that long for them to send it to someone else to call you. It doesn't sound like they're looking very hard. But in reality, if she absolutely cannot go in, it's the boss's job to go in. Looks pretty. So if you go into sewing leather stuff like this, come up with a method so that if you have to stop stitching at any time, you have a method where you know exactly where you left off easily. Because if you're always doing it exactly the same way, then you know exactly what to do next. Did I tell you I saw the lady with the rainbow hat that I made? I went into the thing in Atlanta where I was going to be teaching. And lo and behold, here comes a lady strutting her stuff like she was queen of the building, wearing the hat that I made. I walked over and said hi. I said, nice hat. And she goes, I love this hat. And I said, I am so glad I made that hat. Like, kind of cool. Delivered the other hat. The lady that's gifting it to someone loved it. Always a good thing. Got a piece of tape on here that doesn't belong. Actually, it's not tape, it's plastic. Static electricity, I hate you. Oh my gosh, go away, static electricity. I am a very electric person. I'm the one that shocks myself getting in my car from the static electricity. I try to ground myself before I touch other people because I shock them. I'm shocking. I am just a shocking individual. What can I say? I'm terrified about pumping gas. I'm terrified that I'm going to create a spark and catch my car on fire or something. So I actually do go and touch my car, the metal part, and shock myself. Lovely. Before I get started. I have to do the same thing if I'm going to work on the computer. If I'm working on the inside of the computer, I absolutely have to work around where there's a metal desk, and I keep my body in contact with the desk at all times. The worst thing I ever did was I needed to change my modem. I went down to the store. This is back at dial-up days. Went down and bought a brand new modem, top of the line, faster speed. And in the process of putting it in, I touched it and it sparked and it shocked my finger and I killed it. Just a blink of an eye, I killed the modem. So I had to go back to the store with the dead modem and go, it's dead. And so, I mean, it can go back and just be reset completely, but yeah, it's dead. It don't work. After that, I made sure I was in contact with metal at all times. Oh my gosh, this one is not going through the second hole. I can't find the hole. There it is. I don't know how well you can see my needle in here. My knee is still killing me from last weekend. Way overdid it. Way overdid it. Now I know John. Yeah, that dude we watch every Friday, Robbie, is going to the Oddities show. But is he going to be putting up a booth like he's done before at other shows? Or are they just going to hang? That works better. I curve it just a little bit. Oh, Lord. Strings are long because I'm planning on going all the way across, if possible, if it'll let me. Yes, when I was changing out my modem, I absolutely zapped the modem and killed it. And so from then on the rarity that I work on computers, if I know I'm going into the back of the case, in the case at all, my desk that I work on for my Leatherwork is good because it is an old chemistry desk. So it is a metal framed desk. And I will make sure that I am barefoot and I will rest my foot up against it so that part of my body is in contact at all times with the metal so that I don't build up static electricity. Oh, yeah. Grocery carts. I can't. There's certain times of the year to touch the metal on a grocery cart. I am getting shocked. And we'll go places. Topher will reach over and go to tap me on the shoulder and shock himself. So yes, I'm an electrifying person. Yeah, I always get shocked in Walmart. I think they have some kind of electrical charged air or something. Just about everywhere I go, I get shocked. Missed the second hole again. Here we go. I don't know that the Tahoe has shocked me. Maybe it's better grounded. With when I had the Ford Escape, yeah, all the time. I was forever getting shocked getting in and out of the Ford Escape. Which I need to get the replacement title for that and sell it. It's not worth a ton of money, but it's worth a little something, something. And I don't use it. It doesn't run well. It might just scrap it. clean out the inside of it, spray it out with some kind of antibacterial stuff because it's probably pretty musty in there now. It's been a while since I've used it. It is a 2013. It's a 2013 Ford Escape that needs work. It just needs more work than I was willing to put into it. I'd already buried one Escape, and I didn't love it, because the seats, my other one was a 2010, I think, and the seats in it were wider. The whole interior was bigger. And the current one, the interior is much smaller, just in the nature of how they made it. And so I no longer loved it. Riding in it caused me pain because of the way the seats hit. They would hit those nerves in my hips that would cause me great pain. So I decided to just don't fix it anymore, give up on it, and get something else. And so that's exactly what I did. And it's basically sitting in the backyard. That is the wrong one. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. It fell out. Did I take out the wrong one? I did. Did that one out. That's okay. I'll manage. See, I'm pretty sure it's a 2013. I mean, some of the parts are good. A lot of the, like when we moved, it did a lot of trips between North Carolina and Georgia. A lot of miles. Because we would tow a trailer and load it up. Now this seam is almost all green. Lots and lots of green in it. Okay, did I skip a hole? Nope, I did not skip a hole. I just need to find the hole. Here it is. Oh yeah. I figure that's after I clean it up. Make sure it's empty of anything of importance. Personal information, kind of thing. And I just need to send in and get my title, replacement title. Get it registered. Get the replacement title. I don't care if it's registered in Georgia or not. I just need a replacement title. And then put it out there I will look it up for the Kelly Blue Book value and then go a little bit below that. And say, here it is. Anyone want it? If you want it, here it is. Come and get it. Yeah, I just need to make sure that I write up what I know is wrong with it and sell it as is, needs repairs. That one went right in. Back tack this one. Ouch. Poke my finger. Can I get ketchup or mayo? I was brought food with, so I've got meat and stuff like that. But let me see. What part of your car is shot? I am going to have to put something on the very top of it because all the pieces and parts don't match up and close up the way I would want them to. I'll show you in just a minute. Let me finish my surgeon's knot on this to make sure that is secured. It's, oh man, crud muffins. I got to figure out how to fix that one now. I have to pull that thread through the center. That looks like the last stitch I took. But it's not going to close up the way I'd want it to. I'm going to try again with some extra stitches. And see if I can, there it goes. Yeah. And see if I can pull something out of it to close it up some. But I'm not going to hold my breath on it. So I figure I'll make some kind of button to go through it. That one did not go through like it should have. So it's still going to have this little bit of an opening. So I figure I'll get some softer leather and I'll make a circle and I'll stitch around it and pull it. So basically it'll make a tiny button that'll fit right in here. And then I can pull the threads through and I can hand stitch it into there. Oh, you have no wipers. Because you didn't say that. Oh, you said it after. You said wipers after it. Okay. And it has no AC. Yeah. He should go get you new wipers. Dave, I need new wipers. Please. So I think I'm just going to leave the thread in there, because if I do it the way I want to do it, it'll be okay, because I'll put a piece on the inside as well to cover it up. But I am familiar with doing the little button things, so I can do that and cover it up. It was supposed to have something like that in the middle of it anyway. So yeah, I'm going across here. So all I have to do is go to there. I'm going to have to push this one through so I can see where my hole is. Push that one through that way. Okay, now I see where it is. You see, that's where Mom's little mechanic dude would come teach us kids how to do things, which was really cool. He showed us about oil changes and changing spark plugs, and taught us how to gap spark plugs and where in the book to find the information on it. And that was kind of cool for us kids to learn this stuff. I was working on my Chevelle one day, and this guy I knew came, and he made a big deal about it. Came and watched me doing my plugs in my Chevelle, and joked around about it. Ooh, look at her climbing up in the engine compartment and working on her car. And I looked at him and I said, do you even know how to change your spark plugs? And he was like, and all the guys gave him crap about it because he didn't even know how to change a spark plug. But he was picking on me being a girl working on a car. And I'm like, well, somebody's got to do it because you sure as heck can't. But seriously, the guys would come over and stand in the front yard. Okay. I've got to get my stitching right because my stitches are not, I'm not stitching from the right side that I want to stitch from. Did it again. I've got to watch this. There we go. If I have to stop, I don't stop with my stitches on the inside. Yeah, we replaced them, the ones in my Tahoe while we were in Florida. Which reminds me, I need to call about getting my windshield replaced. Yeah, I didn't rebuild motors. My dad knew how to do that stuff, but I never learned how to rebuild motors. But we did change the motor in my Chevelle when I blew the motor up. It was the agreement to get my uncle to do the work, was I had to go out there and help him. So when I would get back home from school, because I was in college, when I would get home, I would go over there to his place and work on the car. It didn't take long to get it done. I was motivated. I wanted my Chevelle back on the road. There we go. Now I'm stitching right. Feels right now. But yeah, and I'm a firm believer, but it's harder now for me because when I look under the hood, what I see is not what I used to see. It's not what I know. First time I experienced a fuel injection system, the car was spitting and sputtering. And it was flooding and it wasn't starting right. And so first thing I did was think about what the mechanic told me when my mom's car did this stuff and how we address it, which is dealing with the butterfly. And so I popped the hood and I'm like, oh my gosh, this car doesn't have it. Where's your carburetor? And it was like, I don't, because the guy, he didn't know what, he knows nothing about cars. He's like, don't ask me. And I'm like, great. So I took it to my favorite mechanic, who laughed at me. And he said, yeah, this is the more newfangled stuff from your car. They have fuel injection systems that do the work of the carburetor. And I went, but there's no butterfly. And he says, like, not needed. Yeah, my windshield is definitely cracked. The story is going to be, yeah, rock hit it. Yep, that's it. Riding down the road, a rock hit it. Yep, it's cracked. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, I've got to check. I don't know if I have a deductible on mine or not. Or if between that and my AAA, it would be covered. Come on. Quit being a pain in my patootie. What's happening is when the hat is in normal position, this seam piece keeps folding in. So it doesn't want to go through both. That's why I keep turning this part inside out, pushing it out a little bit, because it makes it where I can hold that seam flat to do this. Because see, that's what's happening, is it folds and it goes that way instead of going into the whole seam. But yeah. Yeah, we won't talk about mine. All I will say is sometimes you should just listen. Your cousin that you used to stay with, have you moved all your stuff into your new house? Which I know technically isn't a new house, it's a new you house. Aha, got you caught. I felt it. Yeah, how's the house coming? I know the house was a long time coming. Being able to get back and having your own space, which I think is super cool. Okay, I will call you and get the scoop on the story. And this one isn't transitioning as pretty as the other ones did. Let me see something. Wait a minute. Red, yellow, green. Okay. So this blue needs to go away. I need to pull out some of this blue. There, that looks better. I will fix this on the inside, but did not like the way that looked, where it was starting to look like sprinkles. Because I wanted that good color transition, because you can see it back here where it does it. It's blue, red, red, blue, red. And I didn't want that all the way down. My threads got out of sync a little bit. Oh, whoa, what did I just do? Oh, I went the wrong way. Put the wrong one through. Good thing I'm smart enough to be able to undo. Unstitch the stitch. This is the one I needed. There we go. Oh, my Discord. I got people bleeping me constantly on Discord. I'm going to have to mute everybody. Can you guys hear it when it bleeps? Yeah, I know that you told me that someone else was staying in the house, that your dad had let someone else stay in the house. So, yeah, I knew that he wasn't the one that made the mess, any messes that might be found in the house. So, yeah, I'll have to give you a call and get the lowdown on it. I wonder if there's, can I mute it from here? Let me just close it, and see if that stops it. Okay, I told it to shut up. Not sure it's going to work, but yeah. I hope none of your family members are giving you crap about the house. Now you need is a person that absolutely needs a place to stay, that is a clean person, that could move in and take care of the place when you're not there, but not cause you any added stress when you are there. But that's kind of like what I want to do down in Florida. If I ever hit the lottery and get where I can buy me a little place down there, is I want to buy a place and it'll have extra bedrooms because that's just how I am, or have a mother-in-law suite, 2-bedroom mother-in-law suite. And people think I'm joking about it, but the reality is, if I hit the lottery, this is no joke. If I hit the lottery, I am going to buy a place in Florida as a getaway. And in doing so, I will need someone to stay there when I'm not there. I absolutely will offer that space, that added space to Flutter and Shadowrunner. Shadowrunner can get the heck out of where she is in South Carolina and move down to Georgia. I mean, to Florida. Have a place to stay. It won't cost her anything for staying there because I need someone to watch it while I'm not there. And then she can go over and help Robbie. I think it would be extremely good for her health. And it would be available if Flutter ever decided to move. And then we could plant a garden and use that as part of the food source. Maybe get some chickens. Yeah, there's always one family member that causes problems. I have a few. There's a reason I don't associate with pretty much anyone down in Mississippi in my family. I just unstitched something. I don't know what the heck I did, but I totally missed a stitch. But I grew up in an area that's extremely racist, and I'm not. Just grew up in a place that was extremely racist and homophobic, and very, very judgmental to other people. looking down on people who live together instead of getting married. I'm one of those people. My 3 best relationships, we lived together for a very long time. 2 of them I married. My first husband, who passed away, and my current marriage. We lived together for a long time before we got married. Down in Mississippi, that was looked down upon. You were talked bad about. And a lot of it, very racist society. And, after Katrina hit and they were crying how they needed help, wanted people to come in and help. And they had Hispanic people that basically relocated. They basically relocated to go help down on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Well, then when the infrastructure was built back up, all they did was talk very negative terms. I will not repeat them because my tongue might fall out of my head if I said the words. But calling them very derogatory terms and saying how they needed to leave. Yeah, you didn't want them to leave when they were there rebuilding your daggum house. So in Arizona, it is illegal to cohabitate and not be married. Yeah, see, my best relationships have been cohabitation first. And the reason for that, I am not an easy person to live with. I know this. I'm not going to pretend that I am. I need to know that you can handle it before I'm going to commit to you further. Not only that, is like at one time I never was going to get married. I never intended to get married. I'd said that since I was a little girl that I would never marry. There was no reason for it. I was going to be an independent woman. There was no reason to get married. And I'm going to say this and do understand. I've been married twice. I have loved with all my heart both of the men I married. And I'm still married to one of them. Both times I got married, it was to make sure that they could have insurance. Because we were very happy in our relationship with the way our relationship was. So we didn't see a reason to get married. Why try to fix what's not broken? But with my first husband, when he fell ill and could no longer work, he was losing his insurance. So so we got married so that I could put him on my insurance, because the place I was working did not have domestic partner insurance. And he passed away. Jeff and I got together, and I had him on my domestic partner insurance, and we were fine with it. When DOMA fell and all adult consenting couples could get married, then they dropped domestic partner insurance because people in same-sex relationships had the choice of getting married now. And so they dropped the domestic partner insurance. And because they dropped the domestic partner insurance, my husband, or my boyfriend, was not going to be covered by insurance. So I took him down to the courthouse and we got hitched. Oh, it was in the jail. There's a whole story behind it. I'll have to post it one day for you to read. It's hilarious. He wrote it up. It's hilarious about us getting married at the Alamance County Jail. So yeah, both times we were in happy relationships, but due to circumstances beyond our control, the almighty dollar and having health insurance dictated what we were going to do. Okay, I got an idea here. I go up with green and then red. That'll work. I don't have to cut this thread. I can jump straight across and continue on what I'm doing. Start stitching the other line. So now I'll start stitching the second line. Whew. And after I do that, I will go in just like I did here with the blue. I will go that and do that to all the seams to give that added security to all these seams. Yeah, they have stupid laws all over the place, but yeah. So yeah, my husband and I got married to put him on my insurance. I do not regret marrying him at all. We just, neither one of us saw a reason to be married. Our relationship wasn't broke. There was no added bonus to getting married. We weren't going to be making babies. So there was no factor there that would determine that we needed to get married. We're grown with adult children. We don't need to get married. Well, until I couldn't have insurance for him anymore. And getting private insurance for him was going to cost an exorbitant amount of money, like 5 times what I pay for mine. And I just wasn't wanting to pay that kind of money again for private insurance. So we ran down and got hitched. And it is true. The story, I will copy his story and I will post it. I'll find a way to post it, like on my community page or something. Oh, that's cool. Well, yeah, and that's just it. We didn't see an importance to having it. It served us, it didn't accomplish anything. Actually, in the end, once we actually got married, it did benefit tax-wise. So tax-wise, I was benefited from getting married, but it wasn't enough to make it something that I would seek out. So they sign the manifest, you get a text, you forward text. Do you get to claim this time as time worked? At least a little bit of it. Can you set up a forwarding on the phone number? That's gonna be fun. That's when you tell them they owe you something. He said, since I worked and I can't claim it, you owe me something. Yeah. Insurance is a pain in the way they do things and the amounts they charge. Well, as much as a lot of people don't like it. Having a nationalized health insurance that covers all people automatically is a good idea. What they did in Denmark, I don't know about other places. I know they did it in Denmark because that's where I went to the doctor, is they have the national health care, which covers all people in the country, which means when I got injured, when I had problems and needed to go, I was covered. But at the same time, you could live there and choose to have private insurance. So you could choose to go to doctors that only accept private insurance instead of the ones that accept the national health care. And what that means is, though, all people are covered and get health care. And the people that want to go to different doctors, specialists, bougie doctors, they can. They can have their health, they can pay private insurance and do that. But if you can't afford private insurance, you still have medical coverage. People complain about it that live there. It's not the best medical coverage. You know, the doctors aren't, the facilities aren't the greatest and stuff like this. It's better than what people have in the U.S. when they can't afford insurance. Yes. On occasion, you find that doctor who's a true treasure. When Topher broke his arm, his pediatric orthopedist was amazing. See, my daughter was barely scraping by at the time. And so she had the kids on Medicaid. When Topher broke his arm and he got his orthopedist, she treated him as though he had $1 million. She treated him gold standard. That's a doctor there that is not doing it for the money. She is truly doing it to help people. I never used the UK healthcare when I was there. I spent a lot of time in the UK, but never needed healthcare. Never used it when I was in Italy or Belgium. The only time I used it was when I was in Denmark. And it was awesome. Yes. And that's how it is in Denmark. The private doctors can set their own rates. So doctor gets to choose whether he's going to go into a total private practice or if he's going to accept the national health care. But he can't do both. Because he can't pay or charge people different for the same service, nor are they supposed to treat you different based on your insurance. And that's why the orthopedist we had for Topher was amazing. She was getting whatever the state paid because of their insurance. And she really did treat him as though he had a huge bank account. Yeah, one of the things they did in the US, which is a big deal, is if you go into the hospital and the hospital is on your insurance, if they give you a doctor that is not on your insurance, they can no longer charge you an exorbitant amount. At one time, they could. You would be scheduled for surgery with a doctor on your insurance plan, and they would use an anesthesiologist that was not on the insurance plan. And so here you're going in to get this surgery done. You think everything's being covered under insurance, and then you find out the person that knocked you out is not covered, and you owe a whole bunch of money to your anesthesiologist. They've stopped that from happening because it's almost like a bait and switch. You pick a doctor in your insurance, you pick the facility that's covered by your insurance, and then they use other doctors and nurses that is not. Well, one of the ways that you can get your bill more accurate is always ask for an itemized bill from the hospital. Always tell them you need an itemized statement. They charge people with insurance higher rates to get the maximum amount that an insurance company will pay, and to help offset when someone doesn't have insurance and cannot afford to pay and doesn't pay. Yeah. The insurance companies are brutal. They'll go, yeah, I don't care what you charge for that lab test. You're only getting $50. And you cannot charge my person the overage. And that's why you get an itemized statement and go through it. My mother would ask for an itemized statement on checkout at the hospital. And she would go through it. And if they said that they gave her one of those pans, those cleaning pans that they give you for sponge baths, if it was listed on her bill, she would go, I didn't get this. You either take it off my bill or give it to me. My mother snagged a pillow out of a hospital and they told her she couldn't take it. And she pulled up her itemized statement and says, yes, I can. It's right here. You charged me $100 for this pillow. I'm taking this $100 pillow home with me. And that was before they started using the disposable pillows. That's when they would actually throw them through and sanitize them and reuse them. But when Topher went to the hospital, we wound up with a sheet from one hospital, or a blanket. They had him covered up with it when they put him on in the ambulance to transfer him to the other hospital. And everybody left the room, so it didn't get turned over to the first hospital. And when we got to the second hospital, Topher made a comment about the blanket, and they said, "Oh, that came from the other hospital." He goes, "Well, can you give it back to them?" And they're like, "Oh no, honey, they let you leave with it. It's yours now." They also took all the pillows out of the emergency room that they had on his bed, which was like 3 or 4 pillows. They said, and he's like, "Well, what do I need? Why am I taking all their pillows?" And they go, No. They're going to charge for the pillows, and they throw them away. The dogs and cats wound up with so many hospital pillows. We basically was just throwing them in the floor and letting the animals sleep on them. And with Topher not being able to sleep in his bed upstairs, it worked out great because we could throw the pillows on the floor. He laid on the pillows, so they had his scent on them. We would throw him on the floor, and his dog would lay right next to him all night. So it was almost like a little bit of a training tool in that regard, getting her used to his scent and not moving. Not that she wasn't used to his scent anyway. I know what the problem is. That light bulb is not up. Down, it's up. I was trying to figure out, where's my light? Well, I looked at the light bulb. Now I can't see squat. That makes it better for me. Yeah, see, nothing gets paid. It's like, no, send me a new bill. And I hound them for it. Because I don't think I should have to pay $100 for a Tylenol. I'm kind of over hospitals anyway. When my late husband was in the hospital, they would not let me bring his dialysis machine to the hospital. And so they sent in nurses who really didn't know how to do dialysis. And I wound up having to correct them. And I have here it is. Tell the nurses how to do their job. Yeah. And with the amount that they charge for everything, I don't feel guilty about that kind of stuff either. And I'm going to guess when I have to have surgery, my grandchild is going to want to stay in the hospital with me. And he's not going to understand that my husband's going to want to stay in the hospital with me. I understand that, Marcia. I absolutely understand. Diana, that's basically what happened when we took Rosie to the hospital. I was telling them what the deal was. It's compound fracture. Need a gurney. Got someone out here with a compound fracture. Well, how do you know? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe the bone puncturing the skin and the foot going separate from the rest of the leg. It's compound fracture. Well, you're not qualified to assess that. Like, sure, whatever. Walk outside, look at it, and they go, it's compound fracture. And I'm like, imagine that. Nursey nurse was not amused. Of course, that's the same woman that refused to let me undress Rosie. And they cut her clothes off of her unnecessarily because it was absolutely her leg that was the issue, right? And they cut her shirt off of her. They would not let me lift her shirt over her head to take off her Get Swamp t-shirt. But yeah, the nurse was not amused by me, I guess. I wasn't impressed by her, so. I'll do it on the next one. Yep. But they were nicer when Robbie got there. I went back there and they realized who he was and that we were all together. Then they treated me nicer.
Who treated you nicer?
The hospital where we took Rosie with her broke ass leg.
Gotcha.
They treated me better when they realized who's who in the world of things. Excuse you? What are we yippying?
Nothing. You won't get it.
Okay, my family is going crazy. Cray. Just saying. It's hard working with the short thread. When my fingernails get altered, I have trouble doing everything. And I tied off where I adjusted the thread so that I could get the look I wanted. And I'll clean that up in there when I'm done. Come up. There we go. Through the hole. Yeah, see, there's no, if you took his clothes off of him and they were put away and they lost them, yes. And that's why when we left Rosie at the first facility before they transported her to the hospital, we absolutely took off everything that we could. So I took her shoes, and because they had taken her shoes off, luckily they didn't cut her shoes off. Her phone and all that kind of stuff. But because they wouldn't let me undress her, I couldn't take her clothes. But I was willing, but they weren't. And they went on about how her life is more important than her clothes and stuff like this. And I was like, yeah, but I can undress her. Not a big deal. Makes me want to put a moo-moo in my car so that if anyone has to go to the hospital, it's like, well, if you want your clothes, start stripping now. We'll put you in a moo-moo for the hospital. You should send them a bill, Marcia, and tell them, you're dealing with a guy with this condition here, and you losing his favorite shoes is not okay. You have now caused him undue stress. You owe him shoes. But I'm a bitch. What can I say? I come from the wish a bitch woods. I got the sticker to prove it. Got the sticker. I never realized how much I do by feel until I'm doing it and watching myself in the camera and realize that how much I'm doing. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure. But the thing is I went in there and talked to them as though I was a ambulance. Such and such year old female, multiple medical conditions, compound fracture, left leg about 3 to 4 inches above the ankle, and proceeded to tell them the story, and they weren't impressed. They probably thought I watched too much TV. I wasn't impressed with them either, though. They should watch more. They should take classes on how to be polite to people. Take a class on how to treat people with dignity and respect. Little things like that. Okay, so I'm going to put this back down this hole first. Hello? Where you? There you go. And then poke him in this hole. There we go. Yeah, See, there's a hole, definite hole in this center that you can see through. So I'm definitely going to have to come up with something for that. Diana acts like she has like ADHD or something, and she's thinking complete thoughts but not writing complete thoughts. That's what it reminds me of. Just saying. Diana, do you have ADHD? See, that's the thing, is where we went is under I'm pretty sure. No, you don't have ADHD, or no, you're not sure if you have ADHD. But Robbie had to ask for a couple of times to get his backboard that we brought Rosie in on. Actually, we had her on it when we loaded her in the Tahoe. They chose to use it to get her out of the Tahoe and not use one of their own things. They decided that the backboard that we had her on was better than bringing a gurney out and transferring her to it. So that's how that was. Yeah, I'll have to check and see. It's not important. I'm going to shift these. I don't know if that's long enough. Let me see. Yep, it will be. I think it will be. I'm not sure. You know what? I'm not sure, so I am going to cut some new thread. Because of how I'm doing this, if I don't have enough thread, just adding new thread to it is not going to be easy. I want this one to start with green. It has to be above here. So it's green, yellow. Where's the next green, yellow? Ooh, it's a long ways before green, yellow, isn't it? That's okay. There it is. Just have to find where the threads match up again. And that's where I'll cut it. Doesn't matter how much thread I actually need. I needed my thread, the colors to match on both strips. That was the most important part. I will use the rest of the thread for something else, I'm sure. Let me see. think I'll just go to there. That's more than enough. If I start that, and that's 2 times, that's 4 times the length. Which is more than I need. Line this back up. Put it back over my 2 slots that I've cut in there. Push down on it. The thread is secure. Now I have this strip that I don't need right now. I'll set it to the side. Not that I don't have multiple pieces over here already that I've cut that I didn't need. Yeah, better safe than sorry. That's exactly what I'm doing. I know we have lurkers, and I'm okay with lurkers. They don't bother me none. So if I'm going to start with green, do I want it to go green, yellow? Yeah, I think I'm going to go green, yellow. Hi, MZ. I have no problem with lurkers lurking. Unless you're doing shady crap. And I'm pretty sure that MZ is not doing anything shady. Just knotting that together. Watch what I do. You might learn something. Hopefully before too long, we'll start on the, I'll do the garrison cap, 2 keychains. Somewhere I got to throw a John skull in there too, which I can do that offline. Yeah, I just, oh my gosh, I've been on 6 hours. I came on at 3 and I'm just kind of hanging out here. It can be my long stream, I guess. Yeah, I'm not smashing any rocks. Not happening. I don't smash my pretties. When I first came on, it was so quiet. I was on here for a while. I don't know that anyone else was on with me. And then I got my box. I'll probably stop after I sew this one line, the rest of this one line. So then I can think about how I'm going to finish off the top of this hat. That way I don't make any silly decisions. But it's just, I definitely altered how the hat was supposed to be. I freely admit that. The original pattern pieces all had lines here where they cut out a section. And I altered them to come all the way up because I was going to try to close them up all the way. So, and I'm doing that to the best of my ability, I guess would be the way to put it. I just didn't want a big hole, you know, a nickel-sized hole in the middle of the hat after I sewed it together. That wasn't going to be okay for me. And I think next time I will plan to do it, which I can't do because of, I can't do with this one. I'd have to still sew this line by itself. But the other ones I could stitch straight across. Not really. They don't stitch straight across, so it'd be harder to do. If the seams matched 100%, then it would make it easier for stitching. But they don't, so. Partially because it's 7 pieces. Hi, Elizabeth. But tonight I'll think about how I'm going to finish this, and I might do some test runs on finishing that top. And then tomorrow we can sew on this in the brim, and this hat will be done. This type hat is, do I have it open? No, I don't. Let me hold on a second. See if you can see this when I share the screen. How do I do that? Oh, it's because I can't see because something is stopping my thing at the bottom from. Trying to get it where something will work right. Leatherwork images. We all live in a yellow submarine. I need to save that. Now it works. Now I can present. Share screen. It should have given me the option. There it is. So this is the hat I'm making. So those front pieces were longer, and that's because those front pieces will get stitched out to that edge. I don't know that you can. Yes, you can. You can see how far out this gets stitched, and I'll show you the brim piece in a little bit. So this is the type hat it's going to be. Again, those front pieces will come out. You'll see that center seam there. The back doesn't have a center seam. I don't think I have any other. Yeah. And this hat is an intermediate level hat. 10 to 15 hours normally, which if I was not doing it online sewing, I could do that. Just me and my leather, I could do that. Let me see. I don't think he has any other pictures on here. No. Stop that screen. Trying to get my mouse to go where I want it to go. That is that pattern. Let me see. Do I have another picture? Or is this the same picture? Oh no, this is a good picture too. It shows the hat. Let me see. Where's my mouse? I keep losing my mouse on this computer. I don't know why. Yeah. Let me show you this one. Present. Share screen. This one. Share. So there you can see it too. You don't see what? You see this hat? Your bird types on your computer. Diana's cats type on hers. So yeah, there's the hat again. And that's this brim piece has these stitch holes out here. And that's let me see. Let me adjust this so you can actually see what I'm looking at. So right here, that is not a very thick, not a thick one at all. Pick me pencil. It should allow me to. Oh, stop. It should have allowed me to. Wow, that didn't work. Maybe I'm on the wrong screen. Interesting that it won't let me adjust what size, but okay, that size. But can you see the yellow? So right across here, and if you look at my smaller picture, you can see this second stitch line out here is where that's going to stitch to. This inner stitch line is going to stitch to the part that's up against the head. It's similar, but this one is a 7 panel. This one is a 7 panel. Hold on a second. I can show you. Because I'm smart about stuff like this. Scott's doesn't have as many pieces. I might be able to pull this off. Hold on a second. And I will be able to show you the two hats next to each other. again, and I will pull this up and show you both of them. That's weird. Felt like something was like wet. Control C, Control V. There we go. That will work. Now I can pull this over here, make him go big, big, shrink this down a little bit. Now I can show you the two kinds of hats, and it'll make sense to the one on the left, this one. Oh, let me go to here. Let me do this again so I can. This one over here is the one like Scott has. So you can see his only has this side piece and the top piece. It does have a center line stitching, but this one has 7 different panels. And it does have a shorter brim than Scott's. Thank you, Elizabeth. I try. Yeah, I have to take some NyQuil tonight. This is insane. So I'm going to stop presenting and finish this. So yeah. So they're similar, but not quite this. They're not the same. Because I showed her that one first, and then that's when she came back and was like, no, mine has like 7 or 8 panels in it, or 6 or 8 panels is what she said. And it just so happened absolutely. You will get the money holder and a keychain. Actually, I need to look at the pricing and look at what you paid and tell you the balance, because I'm pretty sure that you've paid more. So yeah, that's not a problem. Shoot, if he's getting a hat like Scott's, I might be able to make a miniature hat into a keychain. Yeah, I like the other one better, but it's a style. I might try to make. Well, that was weird. I might try to make one of the, take the hat and make a miniature of the hat and turn that into a keychain. I kind of like I did for Rosie's keychain. I made the hat, the little pirate hat. I might be able to turn the hat I'm making for your son into a miniature. This one I would not want to do in miniature with all these pieces. This one would not be fun to do in miniature. The one I did like Scott's, I could probably swing it. It's worth a try. But the gal that's going to wear this hat, she wears the cloth one all the time. And it looks good on her. It's like a style that she wears all the time. She could pull off wearing the other hat too, though. But this is her preference. So she paid for it. She's going to get it. That's like, I don't have to like which pattern you pick. I don't have to like the color you picked. You know? I just have to make it look the best I can make it look. That's all. That's my goal. Make it the best it can be. And that's what I strive for, is making things that are custom and unique to the person that they're for, and making them look rockin' awesome in the process. So it means that I now have 2 videos from Diana I need to look at. Which means that Diana muted me. Diana muted me and did a video and uploaded it. That's okay. We like you anyway, Diana. I appreciate you actually staying here as long as you have, watching me. The watch hours actually do matter in the long run. If I ever made it to any kind of significant number of subscribers that would allow me to be monetized. What's cute? What's cute, Diana? I have something coming to me. I'm just messing with you. You know what? You're still watching me. Oh, is it one of those uni things that I got? What did I got something from Stacy. Oh, I got the unicorn dragon coming. Yeah, I'll watch it. It's not articulated though, is it? See, I want an articulated one that's like a unicorn skeleton type. Well, I've got that one inbound. So when I get it, I can show it off and you can see it. And then we can, copycat each other like we do. Oh, well, is it the one that's like cartoonish? Because that was the one, there was one of them she had that was my biggest problem with it, was that it was very cartoony, which it's cute. It's just not my style. I wanted one similar to the dragon and phoenix that I've got for my husband, but in a unicorn. Nighttime falls, I start coughing. Well, I've been coughing all day, it seems like. Did anyone watch The Walking Dead? And if you did you know there is a Walking Dead that's exclusively about Daryl? Yeah, there is a whole series just about him that's much later in the it's like a continuation from the original. I never finished watching the original one. I probably should. I don't even remember what series it was that which season I stopped on. They made me mad, killing off people I didn't think should die. Killing off the good guys. That's not okay. You know, kind of thing. So it irritated me a bit. Oh, come on. Get in there. There we go. In the hole. Okay, I need to back out of this stitch for a second, because one of the things I want to do is adjust this thread, because I'm going to wind up with the same situation I wound up earlier where the colors don't align because the colors shifted, and I'm not okay with that. Oh wait, I might be able to do it this way. Just take up the extra thread by taking in a stitch on the inside. I think that'll fix it. Haha. Yep, now they're both oranges. Well, you name the animals according to behaviors, so yeah. Mistopheles was named because he looks like Mr. Mistopheles in the production of Cats. He's a black and white tuxedo cat, and he has a big old mustache. But I saw Cats when I was in London, and he reminded me of the character from the Cats stage production. So, Mr. Mistopheles. The one that was named Mario was my husband's cat, and he had a mustache. He was super, super long hair, muted calico, kind of crazy, but he had a mustache similar to Mario, the character in the game. And the first time he ever came to Jeff at the house, he basically climbed up Jeff's pant leg into his lap and then climbed up onto Jeff's shoulder. And Jeff says, "This is like Mario climbing Donkey Kong." And boom, your name is Mario. Mirror images of each other. That'd be cool. Yeah, I watched a few episodes of the Walking Dead that's about Daryl, Norman Reedus. I'm deciding if I actually like it or not. It's just that with my ADHD, when I start watching something, I power watch it. So I can blow through a season in 2 days on the weekends. Obviously, if I'm not streaming, but I can run through a whole series in a short period of time because I'll turn it on in the morning and sit there and do stuff and watch it continuously until the end. If I knew that my body didn't realize that my body absolutely has to have sleep, I could stay up all night and watch. But something about you need sleep, don't have seizures, that kind of crap. So I sleep instead of power watching stuff all the way through. Good night, Marcia. You have a wonderful night. Sleep well. I hope you get a good deep sleep in and that it is an uneventful night. Quiet, uneventful night. And I will see you later, maybe tomorrow, if you're able to make it when I'm online. Through the hole. It is absolutely not going through that hole right there. I can see the hole. I know the hole is there. I can see the needle moving around. There it goes. Thank you, meanie pants. Stick that one through. Did it go through both of them? Nope. Absolutely did not go through both. Now, let me see. Where is my poker? I need to quit using my needles to move stuff around. try to see if I can pull in this a little bit. Oh man, come on. Try to close up the hole just a wee bit. I just have to make sure I keep my lovely fingers out of the way, because the last thing I want to do is poke this through my finger. You guys have that many returns back to Chewy? I mean, you can send all the Chewy stuff to my house. Oh. Our neighborhood is full of dogs and cats. Oh, I need to tape my finger before I rip a hole in it. Lord knows I don't need no holes in my fingers. Yeah, I see people doing those returns, buying those like return pallets and getting some really good stuff. I've done one, and it's like, but the stuff I received wasn't all that great. Yeah, see, that is just not going to close up that hole. It's just not going to happen. No matter how hard I pull it, that leather is just too thick. But it is secure. I don't have to worry about it coming loose. And that's important. I'll do all my little cleanups. Okay, let me see. Clean up any threads. And then get my little hammer out. I hammer those after I burn them. I will actually tip them with a little glue to make sure that they stay. This is the only place I have that mess up. Let it melt down and then press it, because that'll just kind of disappear in there. I am going to stitch it inside out because I got to do these X's in here. So, and I will do those offline. I'm going to go in and do all the blue stitching, cross stitching, to better secure these seams, because the reality is, even though it looks like it's really secure with these extra two things, this seam here is only one set of stitches. If someone came in with a razor and clipped it right here, this hat would just fall apart. Good night, Elizabeth. So I need to go in and do the crossover stitchings on all these other seams, which it's 5 seams. I only did I only did 2 of them. This will minimize what it looks like that I have to fix in that center. So yeah, I will cut a little piece. I'm just not sure what to use. I'm not going to use that leather because that just won't be enough. I think I'll just use a piece of the soft black. But I usually have 5,000 pieces of it sitting around here because the leather the hat is made out of is a little too stiff. And I don't want anything too stiff. I just want some lamb, some black lamb, and I think I see it right here. I do. Move you out of the way. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't need to be any bigger around than that when I get done with it. Because I want to make it small. I want to make it big enough that it covers the hole, but I want to make it small enough that it doesn't hit these, where all these points come to like this. I want to keep it inside of that perimeter and not touch any of these where the points are. I don't know that that one's going to be big enough of a circle. I can make it smaller, but I can't make it bigger. Yeah, I'm going to cheat on how I'm doing this. I am not going to use a razor knife like I normally would. You can see the white coming up on there. It's pretty circular. And if I go a much smaller circle, for the holes. I'm going to do this on the back side because I don't want it to show when I'm finished. And that white will come up on there as it dries, or it should. Just like it did on that side, it should come up on this side. But I can still see it enough. These pens can be washed off of whatever it is you're working with. Let's set my hat over here. I have to shift a few things around because I have a box of rocks sitting on top of my box that has my things in it I need. I think I can wing it with this one. I do need to close that because if that box falls, I don't want everything falling out of it. Since there's a ton of these little fellas in there. Let's see, I need to change. Do not use a metal hammer on my metal tools. And I will switch to black thread for this. And one of the things, I'm only punching one hole at a time. I'm using the first hole. When I have it like this, I put this in this hole here. I put it in the existing hole and then punch the next hole. And what that does is, one, it allows me to go around a curve. It allows me to keep the stitching hole the same distance apart. So that creates for consistent holes around it. I have to clean up my top again. And I'll wing it at the end. Oh, actually, I think, ouch. I think it's going to come out where the holes were exactly the same distance apart all the way around. So I was able to punch those holes all the way around exactly the same distance apart from each other. And then what I'll do is grab a needle, any needle, preferably one with the right size. It's the right size needle. There's blue thread. Where's my black thread? My black thread is up here. pull out a good length because I'm going to use it to do some securing on the inside once I'm finished with this part of it. Yeah, that works. I am leaving a long tail behind on purpose. And actually this one will can go through the same hole. See if I can get it to go in the hole. Yep, it will. Pull it to make it like a little bonnet. It might be too small. Actually, I need to pull these threads back through the other side because they're on the wrong side. So I will pull you back to this side. Pull you. Is that the right one? Yep. Because one of the things you can't do if you have it on the inside is you can't wrap it when you're done. Cross them over each other. I think I crossed them over each other. Get on there, make him a little bonnet. I might have to make a bigger circle to work with. Because when I pull this snug, it's going to be too small. I do believe it's going to be too small. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Trial and error, right? I wonder if I need to go closer. Which I'll use the same one to do a test on. Yeah, I forgot about that. So I'm going to wing it this time. and I will do it correctly. Oh, good. Drop my scissors. Trying to stab myself with my scissors. This is where there's a difference between sewing with leather and sewing with cloth, because cloth is so much thinner. Those tops are easier to finish off. One day when I have downtime, I might try to investigate changing something. That one did not come out perfect, so I'll just add an extra hole. Yeah, I've poked myself with needles, poked myself with these things. Hammered my fingers. I've whacked my fingers so hard with a hammer I split my fingernail in half. See, it's like, stop. Don't be abusive to oneself. It's bad. Uh-huh. I don't even pay attention to who delivers my stuff anymore. I just know I have UPS, FedEx, and Postal that comes. And packages from the Postal usually take longer than anything else. I'm surprised I got Kendra's box when I did, based on when she said she mailed it. Because usually my boxes will take a tour of at least 5 or 6 facilities. Of course, it might have to do with the money they had to give me back from the overnight that I paid for that made it 2 days later. And they had to give me back all my shipping money. Which made me happy. Yep, that'll happen. Supposedly, if you have a damaged nail, sometimes they can completely remove it and it will grow back without issue. But not always. Okay. Oh, actually, that might be a good size. I'm not sure. Might be a little big. Please tell me I didn't just swipe my... Oh, man. I think I just threw one of my needles on the floor. Wondrous. A little bit more than that. Yep. I need to take it in just a little bit more than what I did. But that will work if I make it smaller. A little bit smaller. Because if I put that on there, it's going to hit. I don't think it'll... I don't know. What do you think? I'm asking for feedback from the peanut gallery. Hi, you guys are my peanut gallery. Set this right there. While I scooch back, grab my scissors, which I know are magnetic, I think. Where's my phone? I'm trying not to move my feet because I have been known to, I don't know, poke needles in my foot. And I'm trying to avoid that. Because this is one needle. That's not it. Oh, never mind. I put it up here. It did not drop it. Yay. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking maybe a little bit smaller. Bringing it in so that it's comes to about here. So knock off about this much of it. All the way around. But that'll look... And then when I put it in, I'll use some super duper leather glue for one and pull it through and stitch it in. Which is still smaller. I think it's smaller than the one they told me to put on it. Yeah, it'll be smaller because this is almost the same size as the one they told me to put on it. Because this is the one they told me to, this is what they told me to put on here. Stop it. I'm mumbling to myself. Don't mind it. Because this is what they told me to put on here. That's what they did. That's how they did it. Which would be less poofy if I use that. It won't have any thickness to it. But I'm not sure which one looks better. This one will show all the stitching. This one will not. So you're saying the button one here that I made? So this one. Okay. I'm going to redo that one correctly and make it a little bit smaller than what it is right now. Not use that one. So basically I can use the same pattern and just when I make the holes, make them inside the line a little bit more. Okay. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that and work on that. Since I need to put glue on it and let it dry before I proceed with anything else on the hat. I'm going to go ahead and do that tonight while I watch something on the tube. So yeah, sweet. I can do that and then put the stitches here. Instead, so I can measure that out. Just mark this kind of a template for myself. All right, that's what I'm going to do then. Okay, so now that I've been on 7 hours, I'm going to go ahead and get offline. I'm going to sort my little Dugamaflatras and put them where they belong. I'm going to recut this, put my holes in here, this line, and make that my little covering. And I'm going to glue him on. I need to go get the glue out of my kit that's upstairs. And glue that on and get that done. Tomorrow we'll come on, sew this band on and sew it to the brim. And then we're done. So that'll be pretty good. So I will talk to you all later. Awesome. I'm going to get off here for tonight. I will see you all later and go over all the things tomorrow. I hope you all have a good night. I'm going to go get something for this cough that has been crippling me all day. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Sleep well. And I hope to see you tomorrow. I'll probably come on about the same time, about 3, 4 o'clock. So bye for now, everyone.